What if everything you thought you knew about history was a lie stitched together by the very hands that feared the truth? An ancient secret, hidden beneath layers of dust and deception, pulses with the energy of 1,000 lost empires, waiting to unleash chaos on the world that dared to forget. You think you know your ancestors? Think again. They weren't all knights in shining armor or wise sages feeding grapes to idol gods. No, they were tangled in shadows, battling with demons, both real and imagined, while plotting the fate of civilizations over goblets of mead. History is not a straight line, it's a twisted, chaotic dance of power, betrayal, and secrets buried deeper than the roots of the oldest tree. What if I told you the Sumerians were not the first, but the last? That a civilization lost to the ages, one so advanced it makes Silicon Valley look like a toddler's playroom, was obliterated not by time but by a force far more insidious. The parchment crackles in your hands, the ink smudged with the blood of the unworthy. Words leap off the page, electrifying your mind, they came from beyond the stars. What does that even mean? Ancient astronauts? Alchemy that could bend the laws of physics? Every historian who ever gazed upon the dusty libraries and crumbling ruins was a mere pawn in a game played by players we can't even name. What if the Great Pyramid isn't a tomb but a beacon, an ancient Wi-Fi router screaming into the void? What were the secrets of the pharaohs? Gold? Rituals? Or something that could rewrite the fabric of reality itself? Don't you feel it? The cold sweat trickling down your spine as you realize the elders of yore were keeping secrets darker than a medieval dungeon. Tales of witches and wizards weren't just bedtime stories, they were warnings. The stakes were never about crowns and thrones but about the very essence of existence. The whispers of ghosts, the songs of the forgotten, they're not echoes, they're blueprints of the future. How many unmarked graves lie beneath our feet? How many truths buried in the rubble of yesterday? Every monument, every relic, could hold the key, and the key might just be a riddle, twisted and bent. The more you try to decipher, the more elusive it becomes. The truth is a ravenous beast, gnawing at the edges of your sanity. It wants to be free. And if you dare to venture further, be prepared, you'll cross paths with men who wore the weight of knowledge like a noose, ready to choke the unwary. So, are you ready to feel the electric pulse of history's darkest secrets, secrets that could ignite revolutions or plunge the world into an abyss? Or will you turn back now, standing on the precipice, heart racing, breath caught, knowing that once you step forward, there's no going back? The choice is yours, but the truth? It's waiting. The night is a shroud, thick and suffocating, the moon a distant ghost behind a veil of clouds. I stand there, heart pounding, as the wind howls through the crumbling ruins around me, each gust a mournful cry echoing the past. Shadows dance on the stones, twisted figures caught in a forgotten waltz, and I feel the weight of their stories pressing down like lead. A chill creeps into my bones. I remember the whispers of lost civilizations, the echoes of laughter and sorrow that seep through the cracks of history, and now I'm here, staring into the abyss of time. Elena, my sister, is beside me, her hand trembling as she grips a faded map, ink smeared and barely legible. It has to be here, she insists, her voice fierce but laced with desperation. I want to comfort her, to say that we'll find it, the lost city of Illyria, where dreams and nightmares collided. But the truth hangs heavy between us like fog. It's possible that Illyria is a ghost, a figment of our shared obsession, a cruel joke played by the universe. The weight of our family's legacy presses down, a burden we carry as if it were a boulder resting on our shoulders. As the night deepens, I can almost feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat that thrums in time with my own. I remember the stories our mother told us, those haunting tales of the ancient cultures, their rituals, their loves, their fears. They lived and died, yet here we are, chasing shadows. I remember, I murmur, but the words fade into the darkness, swallowed by the night. Elena's eyes dart nervously, searching the horizon for something, anything, that might justify our madness. We have to keep going, she urges, desperation turning her voice raw. I can see the flicker of hope in her eyes, the way her dreams hang by a thread. She carries the weight of our lineage as if it were a crown, and I can't help but admire her resolve, even as I feel my own resolve shatter. As we venture deeper into the ruins, the air thickens with the scent of damp earth and decay, The walls loom like sentinels, each stone a page in a book that has long since been forgotten. The stories seep from the cracks, lovers who pledged eternal devotion, warriors who fought for honor, children who laughed in the sun. And yet, all that remains is silence, an echo of what once was, a reminder that time is a thief, stealing memories and lives alike. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerges. It's Marcus, our estranged brother, his presence a sudden storm crashing into our fragile peace. "What are you doing here?" he snaps, eyes darting like knives, each word a dagger thrown without care. I feel the tension crackle in the air, a palpable force that raises the hairs on my neck. "I told you to stay away," he continues, but there's a tremor in his voice that betrays his anger. "This place is cursed." I see it in his eyes, the fear, the uncertainty, masked by bravado. I remember the promise we made to each other as children, but life has twisted those bonds into something frail and broken. "I won't let you drag her down with you," he says, and I realize in that moment that he sees us as lost souls, adrift in the currents of our own obsessive desires. It's true, isn't it? We are lost, fumbling through the dark, desperate for something we can never reclaim. The air thickens around us, charged with unspoken words and unresolved conflicts. I feel the ache of longing in my chest, a longing for the family we used to be, for laughter that once filled this void. I want to scream, to break the silence that stretches between us like a chasm, but instead, I find myself drawn back to the shadows, the flickering memories that haunt this place. "I remember," I whisper, my voice cracking under the weight of it all. I remember the stories that wove us together, the promises whispered under starry skies. But now, those memories are tainted, twisted into something haunting and strange. The forgotten civilization crouches in the corners of my mind, a flickering flame that threatens to extinguish. Elena steps closer to me, a fragile bridge between Marcus and me, her presence a balm to the festering wounds of our family's past. "We're not afraid," she declares, fierce and unyielding. "We have to understand what happened here. We owe it to them." Marcus scoffs, but beneath his bravado lies a tremor of fear, a flicker of longing for the connection we once shared. "You think this will change anything? You think you can rewrite history?" The words hang in the air, heavy and suffocating, but I can see the crack in his armor. The ruins around us pulse with the energy of the past, the memories swirling like phantoms in the night. I can almost hear the laughter of children, the whispers of lovers, the cries of warriors. The forgotten culture beckons, enticing us with its mysteries, its heartache, its beauty. I feel the weight of their dreams, their fears, wrapped around us like a shroud. We are them, and they are us. The lines blur as we stand in this echo of time, caught in the web of their existence. I remember the way their fears mirrored ours, the way their hopes flickered like dying embers. As the night stretches on, the confrontation builds like a tempest, emotion swirling around us. I see it in Elena's eyes, the flicker of determination, but also the flicker of doubt. I can't help but reach for her, and her hand slips into mine, soft and warm, a reminder of the bond we share. In this moment, we are not just searching for a lost city, we are searching for ourselves, for the pieces of our souls scattered like ashes in the wind. The forgotten civilization is not just a story, it's a mirror that reflects our darkest fears and our brightest dreams. And as the shadows deepen, I can feel it, the pull of the past, the weight of our shared history. It urges us forward, deeper into the ruins, deeper into the heart of Illyria. I remember, and with each step, the echoes of those who came before us resonate, guiding us toward an unknown climax where the threads of our fates intertwine with the fabric of time. The air crackled with a tension that buzzed in the silence, deep and suffocating, like a thunderstorm poised to strike. I could feel the weight of it pressing against my chest, the night whispering secrets meant to be buried. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching from the shadows as shadows slithered across the ancient stones. They had always said there was something unnatural about this place, something that drew the curious and the damned alike. I was neither, just a fool chasing a memory that haunted me like a ghost, but the weight of its longing was unbearable. Mara knelt beside the crumbling monument, her fingers digging into the cold earth, trembling with desperation. "It has to be here," she murmured, each word laced with a fear that gripped her heart. I could see her pulse thrumming in her throat, a frantic rhythm, as if time itself conspired to steal her breath. I wanted to reassure her, but my voice turned to dust in my mouth. Instead, I knelt beside her, the moonlight glinting off the jagged edges of the stones like a warning. "Remember," I said softly, "beneath the surface, beneath the lies, we find the truth." It was my mantra, a mantra steeped in our shared obsession, yet even as I said it, I felt the irony wash over me. Truth? What truth could we possibly hope to find in this graveyard of forgotten dreams? And then there was Eli, lingering behind us, his face a mask of conflict. I could see the doubt swirling in his eyes, a restless storm that mirrored my own. "This is madness, Mara," he said, voice low, a dangerous mix of concern and desperation. "We're chasing shadows." Yet even as he spoke, I could sense the magnetic pull of the unknown tugging at his heart. He was as entranced as we were, though he fought it with every fiber of his being. The wind howled, carrying with it whispers of ancient tales that felt alive, wrapping around us like icy fingers. I shivered, not just from the chill but from the memory of the stories, the history that hung over us like a shroud. They said the ancients had secrets worth dying for, secrets that could twist the fabric of time, that could rip apart the very essence of reality. I didn't believe it, not really, but the thrill of the chase, the shadows dancing at the edges of my mind, called to me like a siren. I remember the first time Mara had spoken of the ancient text, her voice trembling with excitement. It said to reveal the truth about our past. The lost, the forgotten, it's all there, waiting for us. Her eyes had sparkled with a wild light, and I had found myself drawn to that fire, knowing it would consume us. But now, as I glanced at her, dirt and desperation mingling on her hands, I wondered what we had awakened. The earth beneath us felt alive, pulsing with a heartbeat that was not ours. Eli shifted, looking over his shoulder as if expecting the shadows to come alive, to morph into something sinister. I could taste the fear on the tip of my tongue, a metallic tang that mingled with the sweet scent of damp earth. "Do you feel that?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. The air was thick, heavy with unspoken words and dark promises. I could see it in their eyes, an understanding, a shared weight of the burden we carried. We were not just searching for answers, we were tampering with forces we couldn't comprehend. "It's just the wind," Eli retorted, but his voice held none of the conviction it once did. I knew he felt it too, the tremor in the air, the pull of something ancient and unfathomable. "We're not meant to be here." Mara's gaze flicked to mine, a question hanging unasked between us. "But what if we are? What if this is exactly where we're supposed to be?" I could see the hope in her eyes, the flicker of madness that ignited her spirit. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the abyss, but I felt bound by threads of fate, woven tighter with every heartbeat. The monument loomed above us, a sentinel of time, its cracked surface whispering stories that burned beneath the skin. My heart raced in sync with the rhythm of the night, a drumbeat of doom that echoed through the silence. I closed my eyes, letting the sounds of the world swirl around me, feeling the suffocating weight of history pressing down, urging us to dig deeper. And then it happened. A tremor rumbled beneath our feet, shaking the very ground we stood on. I opened my eyes, and the shadows danced with a malevolence that sent chills racing down my spine. "What was that?" Eli's voice cracked, revealing the boy beneath the bravado, the fear clawing its way to the surface. "It's just the earth settling," I lied, but the tremor had ignited something primal within me, a raw, intoxicating fear that mingled with exhilaration. I could see it in Mara's eyes too, the thrill of the unknown sparking like a wildfire. We were on the edge of something vast, something we could not control, and yet, the thrill of discovery pulled us in, deeper and deeper. "Look!" Mara cried, her voice trembling with excitement, as she brushed away the dirt to reveal an inscription. "It's here! It's here!" The letters glowed dimly under the moonlight, curling around the edges like tendrils of smoke. I leaned closer, heart pounding, as the words twisted in my mind, teasing at the edges of my understanding. The air thickened, the night holding its breath, and I knew, in that moment, we had crossed a threshold. The weight of time pressed against us, and uncertainty loomed like a specter in the shadows. I remember thinking, there's no turning back now. We were lost in the search for something we could never fully grasp, and the intensity of it all stole my breath away. As the wind howled around us, I felt the first stirrings of dread, a realization creeping in. What if some secrets were meant to remain buried? The thought was like a cold knife twisting in my gut, but it was too late to turn back. We had already awakened the ancient pulse of this place. And as the ground trembled beneath us, I could only wonder, what other horrors lay buried, waiting for our curiosity to bring them forth? The truth hung tantalizingly within reach, yet it felt as if we were standing on the precipice of something far darker than we had ever imagined. The shadows whispered louder now, and in the darkness, I saw the edges of fate sharpening, ready to cut through the fragile skin of our reality. The air was thick with the smell of earth, damp and rich, clinging to the back of my throat like a secret I didn't want to know. As I stood there, heart racing, my hands trembled over the jagged edges of the excavation site. Flashlights flickered like dying stars, illuminating the scattered tools of ancient hands, hammers, chisels, and blades that had once carved destinies from the stubborn ground. I felt their weight even from a distance, heavy with stories, each one a pulse of time echoing back to lifetimes long extinguished. I remember how the whispers of the past wrapped around me, clutching my heart like a vice. Beside me, Elena knelt, her face a mask of focus and fear. She was driven, fierce, relentless, as if she believed the artifacts held the power to mend her fractured spirit. I could see it in her eyes, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. "We have to find it," she said, her voice low and urgent, trembling like a fragile filament on the brink of snapping. "It's our only chance." The desperation hung between us, a palpable thread stitched into the fabric of our friendship, binding us together yet threatening to unravel everything. Then there was Marcus, lurking in the shadows, a spectre caught between the worlds of science and superstition. He had his own demons, fueled by a need to prove himself, to escape the suffocating weight of a family legacy riddled with failures. I caught his gaze darting between the artifacts and the looming darkness. "These tools," he muttered, "they're cursed. Every ancient civilization fell because of them." His voice trembled, and the sincerity in his eyes sent a chill racing down my spine. I could taste the fear in the air, a bitter concoction of dread tainted with the sweetness of ambition. We were on the brink of discovering something monumental, yet the closer we came to the truth, the more the shadows lengthened. Each tool we unearthed felt less like a piece of history and more like a talisman of warning. I remember the unease that gnawed at my insides, the feeling that we were trespassing into a realm where the boundaries of time blurred and reality bled into nightmare. And then it happened. The ground groaned beneath our feet, a deep rumble that felt like the earth itself was angry, awakening from its slumber. I stumbled back, heart pounding in my ears, the rhythmic thrum of panic drowning out all rational thought. "Did you feel that?" I gasped, my voice cracking as the darkness thickened, swallowing the pale light. But Elena was already digging, her fingers trembling but relentless, sifting through the dirt like a woman possessed, as though she could claw her way into the past. "Find it," she urged, her eyes wild, desperate. "We need it." The urgency in her voice set my heart racing even faster. I could feel the tension coiling tighter, a spring ready to snap. I wanted to scream, to pull her back, but something deeper, a primal instinct to unearth the unknown, held me captive, rooted in place. As the last echoes of the tremor faded into an eerie silence, the air shifted, thickening with anticipation. I watched as Elena unearthed a large, intricate tool, its surface glinting ominously in the dim light, a serrated blade unlike anything I had ever seen. My breath caught in my throat, a lump of dread forming there, heavy and unyielding. "This is it," she whispered, reverence lacing her words. "This is the key." But as she held it aloft, I could feel the air shift again, a gathering of shadows that whispered of forgotten nightmares. Marcus stepped back, eyes wide, his face a canvas of horror. "What have you done?" he rasped, the color draining from his cheeks. "You don't understand. This isn't just a tool, it's a weapon." I could see the panic in his eyes, the realization clawing its way to the surface. And in that moment, everything shifted, time fractured, reality splintered. The ground beneath us began to tremble again, but this time, it was different. It felt as if the very fabric of the universe was tearing apart, exposing the raw, pulsating heart of something ancient, something furious. My blood ran cold as memories, long buried, clawed their way to the surface. I remember whispers of legends, tales of ruin and retribution, the echoes of civilizations that had reached too far, grasped too greedily. Elena's hand shook as she gripped the tool, her resolve faltering. "We can control it," she said, a mantra against the rising tide of fear. "We can make it work for us." But her voice trembled, the conviction shattering like glass, revealing the deep cracks of uncertainty beneath. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that some things are better left undisturbed, but the words caught in my throat. In that moment, the artifacts we had unearthed transformed before our very eyes, no longer mere tools but harbingers of doom, artifacts of our own making. I felt the past closing in, shadows wrapping around us, relentless and suffocating. The ancient whispers grew louder, drowning out everything else, a cacophony of warnings and lamentations. I could almost see them, ghostly figures rising from the soil, their hands reaching toward us, desperate, pleading. As the darkness surged, threatening to consume us whole, I remembered the very reason we had come here, the dreams that had pushed us to the brink. I wanted to believe in the promise of discovery, the allure of the unknown, but now it felt twisted, corrupted, a betrayal of everything we had hoped to find. This was not a treasure, it was a curse, a reminder that some truths are too heavy to bear. And just like that, with the weight of ages bearing down on us, the ground cracked wide open, ready to swallow us whole. The night stretched endlessly, shadows clawing at the edges of our sanity as we stood at the precipice of an unfathomable abyss. I could see Elena's face, a mask of determination and fear, and Marcus, trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. I wanted to scream, to warn them, but all that escaped my lips was a whisper against the roaring tide of ancient voices. What have we done? And so, there we stood, suspended between the cycle of creation and destruction, the artifacts of the ancients lying in wait, their secrets still buried beneath the weight of time and terror. Time twisted and curled around us, and as the shadows closed in, I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. Every heartbeat echoed against the walls of our fate, a countdown to something unimaginable, a reckoning that had been centuries in the making. The candle flickered, casting long, twisted shadows across the ancient stones. I stumbled into the crypt, breath hitching in my throat as the weight of history pressed down like a thick fog. The air was stale, smelling of damp earth and forgotten sorrows. I wasn't prepared for what lay ahead. I could hear the soft rustle of parchment, the whisper of voices long gone, echoes that danced between time and space. I took a step further into darkness, the chill wrapping around me like a shroud, making my heart race. Why are we doing this? The voice, a frantic whisper, belonged to my sister, Clara. Her eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering flame, filled with a mixture of fear and determination. She was my anchor, my light in the ever-encroaching shadows. But with each passing second, I could see her resolve waver, her hands trembling as she clutched a piece of the ancient script, a fragment of something that once was swathed in the mystery of the ancients. Because we have to know, I snapped, fighting against the icy grip of dread creeping up my spine. We can't let their stories fade into nothingness. Not again. The words tasted bitter, like ash in my mouth. I felt the weight of every lost voice, every secret buried beneath layers of time. In the corner, half obscured by a crumbling stone wall, sat Elias, my childhood friend. His gaze was fixed on the parchment in Clara's hands, his breath shallow. He'd always been the dreamer, the one who sought the extraordinary in the mundane. But seeing him now, the flicker of hope I had once admired was overshadowed by a haunting doubt. What if we were not meant to uncover these truths? What if the language of the ancients was a curse, and we were simply puppets dancing on unseen strings? Sometimes I think these ghosts are better left undisturbed, he murmured, the weight of his words lingering in the air like the scent of decay. His hands were stained with ink, remnants of a life spent searching for meaning in forgotten words. But now, that search felt futile, like grasping at shadows. I turned back to Clara, the soft glow of the candle illuminating her face, showing the conflict raging within her. What if they hold the key to our past? I pressed, desperation clawing at my throat. What if they can tell us who we are? I remember, she began, her voice trembling. I remember the stories Grandma told us by the fire. The way the flames danced, how she wove the tales of our ancestors, their triumphs and failures. But some stories are meant to stay buried. The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, punctuating the silence that enveloped us. The parchment crinkled as Clara unfolded it, revealing a script that twisted and curled like a serpent. Symbols danced across the page, familiar yet foreign, each stroke a heartbeat of its own. I leaned closer, my pulse quickening at the sight. It was a language that felt alive, writhing beneath my fingertips, begging to be understood. "We could be the first to decipher it," I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. Imagine what we could learn." But inside, a storm of doubt raged. What if the knowledge we sought was too vast, too terrible for mere mortals? What if we unleashed something we couldn't control? Elias shifted, breaking the spell of silence. Or we could awaken something we can't put back to sleep. His eyes darted around the crypt, as if expecting the shadows to come alive at any moment, to spill forth the secrets we dared to unearth. Clara's breath hitched, a gasp caught somewhere between fear and curiosity. What if they're reaching out to us? What if they want to be heard? Her voice trembled with the weight of longing, echoing the same desire that pulsed in my veins. The need to connect with those who came before us, to bridge the chasm of time that separated our worlds. And then it happened, a low rumble, like an ancient beast stirring from its slumber, reverberated through the stone walls. My heart raced, pounding in my chest as the ground beneath us seemed to pulse with life. I felt the air grow thick, charged with an energy that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Get back!" I shouted, instinctively pulling Clara behind me, my body a shield against the darkness. Shadows twisted into grotesque forms, whispering secrets that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Ghostly figures flickered in the dim light, their faces a blur of sorrow and rage. I could almost hear their lament, echoing through the labyrinth of time. Elias stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the script. "If we understand them, maybe we can help them find peace," he said, a note of defiance threading through his voice. The fear in his eyes was replaced by a fierce determination, igniting a spark of hope in the chaos. But Clara's voice broke through the din, a haunting melody woven from fear and longing. "Or maybe we'll become like them, lost, forgotten, trapped in a cycle we can't escape." I looked at her, the weight of our choices crashing over us like a tidal wave. The script pulsed with an otherworldly rhythm, whispering promises of knowledge and power, yet the danger lingered like a shadow, dark and ominous. In that moment, time stood still. The air crackled with possibility, the universe holding its breath. Would we risk everything to understand the ancient language, to embrace the ghosts that called out to us through the fog? As the shadows danced around us, I knew we were standing at the precipice of something monumental. The language of the ancients was more than words, it was a living entity, a force that could shatter our realities. And as we stood there, breathless and uncertain, a single thought echoed in my mind, a chilling whisper that seemed to come from the very walls themselves: what have we awakened? In the distance, the clock struck, each chime resonating with the heartbeat of the universe, reminding us that time was slipping away. The crypt became our world, a microcosm of conflict, hope, and dread, spiraling into an unknown abyss. And I understood, in that instant, that this was only the beginning. There's a chill in the air, an electric hum coursing through the streets of Samarkand as twilight settles, the sky a canvas of bruised purples and fading gold. Merchants bustle, their voices a symphony of urgency, but beneath it all, there's a tension, a whisper of something darker approaching. I stand there, heart racing, anxiety twisting my stomach like a coiling snake. It's not just the merchants who sense it, it's the travelers, too, the ones whose eyes dart from shadow to shadow, as if they can feel the weight of the knowledge they carry pressing down on them, like a debt they cannot pay. I remember when I first met Kadir, the scribe. His ink-stained fingers trembled as he wrote furiously, capturing the words of a scholar who had made the torturous journey from far-off Baghdad, bringing with him a treasure chest of ideas and philosophies. "Do you know what this means?" Kadir had asked me, his voice a frantic whisper, the weight of the moment heavy between us. The very essence of mankind is at stake. Ideas can save us from the abyss if we can only share them fast enough. His passion ignited something deep within me, but I also saw the fear of being silenced, fear of being swallowed by the darkness that lingered just beyond the city gates. There was another, a woman named Selina, a trader whose heart was a wild horse galloping toward freedom. Her laughter rang through the marketplaces, bright and defiant, as she spun tales of distant lands and exotic spices. But there was a shadow behind her eyes, a haunted look that betrayed the truth. She had lost everything to the very same trade routes that promised enlightenment. "Those roads are fraught with peril," she would say, her voice dropping to a near hiss. "They are not just paths to knowledge, they are pathways to death. Every caravan holds stories, yes, but also ghosts." I felt that fear seep into my bones, the way her words clawed at my skin. The air thickens, a tangible weight, as night descends. A cry shatters the murmur of the crowd. Someone has fallen, a trader struck down in the chaos of greed and desperation. Kadir's face pales, his eyes wide. What if the words die with him? What if the stories vanish into the night? His breath quickens, a frantic rhythm, like the ticking of a clock, counting down to some inevitable doom. I want to comfort him, to grab his shoulders and shake some sense into him, but I'm paralyzed by the reality that we are on the edge of something catastrophic. The shadows deepen around us, stretching with a life of their own. Selina draws closer, her hands trembling, betraying the bravado she wears like armor. "We must keep moving," she insists, her voice fierce despite the quiver. "The knowledge must flow. If we close our eyes to the darkness, it will swallow us whole." I see the spark of something in her, a refusal to yield, a hunger for survival that sings in her veins like fire. I want to believe we can find a way out, but the weight of history presses down on me. It's a ghost, whispering of empires that crumbled under the weight of their own wisdom. We stand on the precipice of history, watching as the marketplace erupts into chaos. Shadows dance, flickering like the flame of a candle struggling against the wind. The knowledge that once flowed freely through these trade routes is now a weapon, and we are caught in the crossfire. I can feel Kadir's desperation pulsing around us, a heartbeat racing toward the unknown. "What do we do?" he pleads, as if I hold the answers to a universe that has gone mad. "Fight!" Selina's voice is a clarion call, cutting through the haze of despair. "Knowledge is power. We must gather the stories, bind them like the silk threads that connect this world." Her eyes shine with a wild defiance, but I see the cracks, fear lingers there, shadows woven into her bravado. "But at what cost?" I whisper, the question dangling in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. In that moment, as chaos swirls around us, I remember every story I've ever heard, every lesson whispered through the ages. Knowledge flows like a river, carving pathways through the hearts of men and women, but what happens when those paths turn treacherous? What happens when the ink stains the pages red with blood? I want to scream, to shake my fists at the heavens, to demand answers from the cosmos as the stars flicker overhead, indifferent to our plight. A figure emerges from the fray, a cloaked man, his face hidden beneath the shadows of a hood, gliding like a wraith through the turmoil. Instinctively, I feel a chill, the hairs on the back of my neck rising. He holds something in his hands, shimmering in the dim light, a scroll, the promises of centuries inscribed on its fragile parchment. "Knowledge must be protected," he calls, his voice a haunting echo that reverberates through the crowd. "But at what cost?" It's a question that hangs in the air, a ghost that refuses to fade. As the chaos continues to swell, I know we are teetering on the edge of something monumental, something that will reshape the very fabric of our existence. Kadir's breath hitches beside me, his eyes locked on the scroll like a moth drawn to flame, and I can see Selina's heart racing, her spirit torn between ambition and fear. "We can't let it die," she whispers, a plea woven with desperation. I feel the weight of their gazes, the intensity of their hopes pressing down on me like a storm cloud. Every heartbeat echoes with urgency, every breath heavy with anticipation. "But how?" I choke out, the words barely escaping my lips. "What does it matter if we're caught in the storm?" "Because," Kadir replies, his voice trembling yet resolute, "knowledge is the wind that fills our sails. It's the fire that will keep our spirits alive." But what if that fire burns too hot? What if the very knowledge we seek to protect becomes the instrument of our destruction? In the heart of chaos, as the shadows loom larger and the cries of the lost fill the air, we stand on the brink of a truth too awful to bear, that knowledge, in its rawest form, is both our salvation and our doom. And in that moment, as the world spins off its axis, we are bound together, three souls intertwined by the threads of ambition, loss, and despair, caught in the relentless tide of history. It's a fragile bond, one that could snap at any moment under the weight of fear, but in the flickering light of knowledge, we find a spark, a glimmer of hope in the darkness that beckons us forward, even as the shadows threaten to consume us whole. The night was a velvet curtain draped over the world, thick and suffocating. Stars flickered like dying lanterns in a forgotten graveyard, and the air hummed with the crackle of impending storm, a storm that would crack the heavens wide open and force truths long buried to rise from their shadows. I stood there, my heart a prisoner in my chest, my mind a chaotic whirlwind of questions that had no answers. Lyra, Elian's voice sliced through the thick, heavy darkness, a whisper full of dread. I turned to face him, his eyes reflecting the starlight, wide and wild. You have to understand. The celestial map, the way the stars align tonight, it's not mere chance. It's a warning, or worse. His hand trembled as he pointed toward the constellation of Cassiopeia, its 5 bright points twisted into an eerie crown. The universe spoke in riddles, and we were both too unworthy to decipher them. I remember the first time I gazed at those stars, lost in the majesty of their cold beauty. I was a child then, wrapped in a blanket of innocence, unburdened by the weight of knowledge. But now, as an adult, I found myself bound by the chains of history and duty. I had studied the celestial map, memorized its intricacies, but tonight it felt like a monstrous hand reaching out from the abyss, ready to snatch away everything I held dear. Lyra, you can't just stand there. Elian's voice shook, a desperate plea echoing in the stillness. Those who ignore the signs pay the price. We must act before it's too late. But his urgency only amplified my own swirling doubts. What did I know of cosmic omens? I was no priestess, no oracle, just a girl haunted by dreams of a life beyond the stars, tethered to a reality I desperately wanted to escape. I looked at him, really looked at him. Elian, whose every flaw felt like a chasm between us, whose passions burned brighter than the sun yet flickered like a candle in the wind. He wanted to save the world, but it felt like he was drowning in it, his very soul caught in the tangled roots of destiny. And if we fail? My voice cracked, fear clawing at my insides. What if the stars have already decided our fate? He stepped closer, his breath warm against the chill of the night. Then we become the ghosts of our own making, he whispered, and for a moment, I could see it, an endless void swallowing us whole, as if the cosmos were mocking our insignificant struggles. And then there was Kira, lurking on the edge of our confrontation, her silhouette barely a shadow against the encroaching darkness. I felt her gaze like a knife, sharp and unforgiving. Kira, the skeptic, the realist, the one who scoffed at the whims of the universe and wore her cynicism like armor. But inside, I saw the cracks, the deep, gaping fractures that revealed a heart, once tender, now hardened by loss and betrayal. You're both fools, she spat, her voice laced with venom. The stars don't care about us. They're indifferent, just like everything else in this wretched life. Each word she spoke dripped with bitterness, and I felt the air thickening, laden with unspoken pain. Kira had lost more than she would ever admit, the weight of grief hung over her like a specter. I wondered if she knew that every star was a memory, a flickering reminder of what once was. The universe was cruel, yes, but it was also beautiful, an intricate dance of chaos and order, holding the secrets of our existence within its grasp. Indifference doesn't absolve us, Elian countered, stepping toward her, his passion igniting the stillness. We can't afford to remain blind. The celestial map is not just ink on parchment, it's a call to arms. His voice rang out, bold and defiant, but I could see the tremor in his hands, the fear lurking just beneath the surface. Call to arms. Kira laughed, a hollow sound that echoed in the night. What are we, a band of starry-eyed dreamers? We can't fight the gods, Elian. They sit on their thrones, sipping ambrosia while we're left to rot. Her laughter morphed into a sob, a raw, aching sound that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of the universe. Don't you see? I broke in, desperation clawing at my throat. This is our chance to decode what the stars are telling us. We owe it to ourselves to try. We owe it to those we've lost. In that moment, everything felt like it hung in the balance: the stars, the fate of the world, the fragile threads of our lives that wove together in this intricate tapestry of existence. Silence enveloped us, thick and oppressive. The night seemed to hold its breath, waiting, watching. I watched as the shadows deepened around us, creeping closer. And then, one by one, we looked up at the sky, the weight of our shared fears settling like a shroud around our shoulders. Each star became a ghost, shimmering with untold stories, echoes of laughter and sorrow, love and loss. The celestial map was alive, pulsating with an energy that coursed through the air, wrapping around us like tentacles of fate. I felt it then, the electric thrill of possibility mingled with the sharp pang of dread. What would we uncover? What sacrifices would we need to make? The cosmos had laid its cards on the table, but we were mere players in a game far beyond our comprehension. Tonight, we are not just ourselves, I said, my voice trembling yet resolute. We are the dreams of our ancestors, the hopes of those yet to come. The stars are a mirror, showing us not just who we are, but who we can become. And just like that, the night erupted into chaos, a cacophony of light and sound, as if the universe itself had decided to intervene. I could feel the ground trembling beneath our feet, as if it were about to split open and swallow us whole. The celestial map, our very guide through the dark, was unraveling before our eyes, and we were caught in its grip, suspended between shadow and light. In that moment, the cosmos became a battlefield, and we were warriors armed with nothing but our beliefs, our fears, and a flickering hope that maybe, just maybe, we could still change the course of fate. The storm roared to life, and I knew we were on the precipice of something monumental. It was a moment that would etch itself into the very fabric of our souls, a moment we could never escape. The celestial map was no longer just a chart of the heavens, it was our lifeline, our curse, our destiny. And as the stars began to swirl in a cosmic dance, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine, the weight of eternity pressing in around us. Together, Elian whispered, and in that word lay the power of the universe, fragile yet unyielding. We were a tapestry of fate, bound by the stars, and despite all the darkness that gathered around us, I believed we could illuminate the void. But the question lingered, heavy like a stone: at what cost? The answer lay somewhere in the uncharted realms of the cosmos, waiting just beyond the horizon of our fears. The clock struck midnight, its sound reverberating through the cold stone corridors like a funeral bell. Shadows danced against the walls, twisting and turning as if alive, whispering secrets that should never be spoken. In that dim light, three figures moved with a determined urgency, their breaths shallow and quick, each heartbeat a drumroll of impending doom. I remember the chill that crept down my spine, the way fear coiled around my heart like a viper ready to strike. We were trespassers in a world where knowledge was currency, and the cost of entry was steep. I, Marcus, a mere scholar lost in books and dreams, Ilara, fierce and unyielding, her eyes aflame with a hunger for truth, and Julian, the tortured soul, whose dark humor masked the pain of 1,000 secrets. Together, we stood on the edge of oblivion, our fates intertwined with the whispers of the ancients. Do you hear that? Ilara's voice quivered, slicing through the suffocating silence. Her fingers brushed against the cool stone, as if seeking comfort in its permanence. It's something. Something waiting. Waiting for us to make a mistake, Julian muttered, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips, yet his gaze betrayed a flicker of fear. Or perhaps for us to become something else entirely. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of damp earth and forgotten memories. We were underground now, far from the mundane world above where dreams felt like paper-thin illusions. Down here, shadows held court, and the light was merely a flicker begging for mercy. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the tome, the Book of Shadows, a relic rumored to contain the truths of the universe. My fingers tingled just thinking about it, but now, standing in this suffocating darkness, it felt like a curse rather than a blessing. We're not just seeking knowledge, I whispered, more to myself than to them. We're seeking power. And power comes with a price. Life is a series of prices paid, Marcus, Ilara replied, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. Consider what we could unravel. This is our moment. But every fiber of my being screamed that this moment was soaked in danger, that the walls around us were closing in, that the shadows were not just remnants of light but entities lurking, watching, waiting for the moment we would falter. We moved deeper into the abyss, the air thickening with each step until it felt like we were wading through an ocean of dread. The flickering torchlight cast grotesque shapes on the walls, ghostly visages of those who had come before us, seekers of knowledge who either triumphed gloriously or fell tragically into madness. I could almost hear their cries as they faded into the void, lost for eternity. A door loomed ahead, ancient and gnarled, adorned with runes that pulsed with a faint blue light. The door seemed to breathe, its creaks echoing with the weight of forgotten tales. "This is it," Julian breathed, his voice a mixture of awe and horror. "This is where it all begins." But Ilara hesitated, her resolve wavering. "What if we're not ready? What if ready?" I interrupted, anger bubbling beneath the surface. "What defines readiness? Fear? Doubt? We've come too far to turn back now, Ilara." I could feel the tension crackling between us, the desperation clawing at our throats. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a chamber drenched in darkness. We stepped inside, the air crackling with electric anticipation. There it lay, the Book of Shadows, its cover a swirling mass of ink and light, an invitation and a warning all at once. "Stand guard," I said, my voice steadying as I approached the altar. "This is not just a book, it's a weapon, a vessel, a mirror reflecting everything we fear." As I reached for it, a gust of wind swept through the chamber, extinguishing our torches and plunging us into an abyssal darkness. Panic seized me, and I fumbled for the book, my heart racing like a wild animal caught in a trap. "Ilara! Julian! Where are you?" Their voices echoed, distant and disoriented, as if they were slipping through a crack in reality. "We are here!" Julian shouted, but the fear in his voice was unmistakable. "What's happening?" I clutched the book tightly, feeling its pulse under my fingers, a heartbeat that was not my own. "It wants us!" I screamed, but in that moment, it was the truth that gripped me more than terror, the realization that power comes not only with a price but also with a pact, a bond forged in blood and sacrifice. "Do we even know what we're asking for?" Ilara's voice quivered, her bravery now laced with doubt. "What if we're too late? What if we wake something that shouldn't be awakened?" The chamber trembled as if the very walls were listening to her words, the shadows twisting into shapes of dread. I felt the weight of my choices pressing down like a vice, squeezing the breath from my lungs. "We can't turn back," I whispered, the truth hitting like a cold gust of wind. "We've crossed the threshold." And then, as if the universe itself had heard our plight, the book opened, pages flipping wildly, revealing secrets that had been buried for centuries. The whispers rose to a crescendo, a cacophony of lost souls demanding to be heard. I could see visions flash before me, futures spiraling into darkness and light, knowledge morphing into madness. "Marcus!" Ilara cried, her voice piercing through the chaos. "It's too much. You have to close it." But I was entranced, lost in a dance of shadows that spun around me. The book was alive, pulsing with energy, offering everything I had ever sought and more. And then came the laughter, a chilling sound that wrapped around us like a shroud. It echoed in the chamber, mocking our desperation, taunting our ambitions. "You think you can wield the knowledge of the ages?" It was a voice from nowhere and everywhere, deep and resonant, a call from the abyss itself. "You are but mere mortals. You will pay the price." In that moment, I understood. Knowledge was not a gift, it was a curse. And as the shadows closed in, I felt something break within me, the bond of friendship, the flame of ambition, the echoes of my own humanity. I remember the way the darkness enveloped us, how we stood united in that chamber, facing an unseen force that threatened to consume us whole. The weight of our choices hung thick in the air, and with every breath, I felt the universe shift, spinning widely towards an unknown fate. The confrontation was upon us, a reckoning that would define not only who we were but what we would become. The clock ticked steadily, each second a reminder that time was slipping, twisting into a loop that left no room for escape. And in that moment, we were not just seekers of knowledge, we were the guardians of our own souls, battling against the very essence of what it means to exist in a world where knowing could lead to unimaginable power, or unfathomable despair. As the shadows closed in, we braced ourselves, hearts pounding in synchrony, lost in an ocean of uncertainty, ready or not for the storm to come. The moon hung low, a sickle of silver, casting jagged shadows across the cobblestones of the forgotten village. A single scream pierced the night, a cry that echoed through the air like the last desperate gasp of a dying myth. I remember that moment, locked in time, standing on the precipice of dread, my heart a drum throbbing against the silence. I was there, watching, trembling, as the spectre of history loomed large, an ancient tale bleeding into the present. Talia stood in the center of the square, her dark hair whipping around her face like tendrils of smoke, eyes wide with terror and determination. She was the embodiment of 1,000 legends, a warrior in a world that had forgotten the true meaning of valor. Before her, the townsfolk cowered, wrapped in fear, shadows of themselves, their faces pale as moonlight. The village elders whispered of prophecies and omens, but Talia heard only the cacophony of her own heartbeat. "I'll save you," she screamed into the void, but it felt like a fragile promise, a threadbare hope unraveling in the wind. Across the square, Caleb watched, torn apart by guilt. He had once been a scholar, a seeker of ancient texts, lost in dusty tomes and the soft glow of candlelight. But now, he wrestled with the demons of his past decisions like ghosts haunting the edges of his mind. He remembered what he had read, the stories of gods and monsters, of battles fought and lost, not just in the pages of history, but in the sinews of his own heart. "What have I done?" he muttered, his voice barely more than a whisper, drenched in regret, as he recalled the day he chose knowledge over action, books over blood. The air thickened, and suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a spectre draped in a cloak of darkness, eyes glimmering like stars lost in an abyss. It was the Harbinger, a remnant of an ancient myth, a creature born from the ashes of forgotten heroes. The townsfolk gasped, a collective breath sucked into the void, and Talia stepped forward, jaw clenched, fists balled. "You don't belong here," she shouted, a defiance clawing its way out of her chest, desperation fueling her fire. Caleb felt the pull of the cosmos within him, threads of fate weaving together like the tapestry of time. He had read about this, about how myths shape destinies, how stories carve paths through history, and in that moment, he understood. The lines between legend and reality blurred, and he found himself standing on the edge of the myth he had always yearned to uncover. But it was no longer an abstraction, it was raw, visceral, and he was terrified. The Harbinger laughed, a sound like cracking ice, and with it came the chill of forgotten tales. "You think you can fight me?" it taunted, its voice echoing like thunder through the empty streets. "What you call history is merely the marrow of stories, twisted, broken, and reshaped into something you can understand." Talia's resolve faltered for a heartbeat, doubt creeping in like a shadow. What were they up against? A beast of legends, born from nightmares, fed by the fears they had nurtured in their hearts. "I remember," Caleb's voice broke the silence, trembling but firm. "I remember the stories of our ancestors. They fought, they bled, they lived." His heart raced, pounding against the walls of his chest, as if urging him to act, to reclaim the narrative that had been taken from them. But they also fell. They lost. They became myths, mere whispers in the wind. Talia turned to him, eyes blazing with a fire that could ignite worlds. "Then we will carve our own story," she declared, the weight of her words anchoring the moment. "We are not mere vessels of history. We are the ink that writes it." As they stood there, the tension thick enough to slice, the Harbinger lunged forward, its form shifting like smoke, a living embodiment of all their fears. Talia braced herself, muscles taut, heart racing like a wild stallion. This was the moment, the confrontation of dreams and nightmares, an epic clash that felt preordained yet achingly personal. Caleb's mind raced, flashes of myths weaving together in a chaotic tapestry. "The myths," he whispered, suddenly alive with realization. "They're not just stories, they're warnings, they're lessons." He thought of the fallen heroes, of the moments of betrayal that led to ruin, of the love that had turned into ashes. But they're also hope. He stepped forward, determination blooming within him. "Hope is a fragile thing," Talia said, the fierceness in her voice breaking the air like glass. But it's all we have. Together, they faced the spectral figure, a tempest of emotion swirling around them, fear, anger, love, regret, each thread binding them closer together. The Harbinger hesitated, caught off guard by the defiance radiating from the duo. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the air buzzed with the resonance of ancient tales, the weight of history pressing down like a heavy mantle. Caleb and Talia locked eyes, an unspoken pact forming between them, a vow sealed in the crucible of shared conflict and shared dreams. And then, the clash erupted, a cacophony of sound and fury, the echoes of myth reverberating through the very fibers of their beings. They charged forward, hearts beating as one, ready to rewrite the narrative that had held them captive for too long. The townsfolk watched, paralyzed yet captivated, as the remnants of mythology collided with the pulse of humanity, daring to redefine the bounds of history. Remember! Caleb shouted, the word a battle cry, a lifeline flung into the churning depths of despair. This is our story. And in that moment, the cosmos shifted, the fabric of time shivered, and the echoes of legends long forgotten stirred once more, whispering secrets that had waited an eternity to be told. And as the confrontation unfolded, the air crackled with a promise of triumph, of loss, of the unbreakable bond that ties us to our past, even as we stand on the precipice of an unknown future. Emotions surged like waves, crashing against the shores of their souls, drowning them in a forgotten world where myths and memories danced in the dark. In that merciless night, hearts bared, myths reawakened, a single truth resonated deep within me: history is never just a series of events, it is the pulse of humanity, a tapestry woven with threads of hope and despair, forever caught in the grip of time. The air was thick with tension, heavy like the sky before a storm. A mother grasped her child's hand, their fingers intertwined, the world around them melting into a blur of chaos. The ground trembled beneath them as if the earth itself were in agony, groaning under the weight of impending doom. And in that moment, the sun slipped away, devoured by dark clouds that roiled like the ocean waves that threatened to swallow them whole. Elena, her heart racing, was all too aware of the impending flood. She could hear the distant roar, a monstrous sound that echoed in her very bones, a warning that sent icy fingers down her spine. Her husband, Thomas, was out there, a steadfast rock, trying to secure their home against the rising tide. But did he understand? Did he know the water would come not just for their house but for their very souls? Thomas, she screamed, her voice barely a whisper against the cacophony. But he didn't hear her. No, he was too busy battling the storm, a man against an unrelenting force. Waves crashed against the shore, swallowing the last remnants of day. She could see the shadows of her neighbors, frantic silhouettes barely holding on to hope, each one grappling with their own demons as the flood tore through their lives. I remember the first time I felt the weight of history, a fleeting thought layered with dread. Standing there, I became a ghost among the living. This wasn't just another storm, it was a reckoning. People often spoke of floods in whispers, like the tales of old, myths that danced on the lips of elders. But I stood at the precipice of the very stories I had once thought were mere folklore, tales woven with threads of truth and lie. The wind howled a mournful song, and time seemed to stretch as if the universe paused for just an instant, allowing fear to seep deeper. I could feel Elena's heart racing alongside mine, pulsating with desperate anger and unyielding love. She was a tempest of emotions, fighting against despair, her fierce spirit igniting the night. Her thoughts raced like the water that threatened to consume her, memories flooding her mind, her wedding day, the laughter of their child, the comfort of a home filled with warmth. The clock ticked ominously, each second a reminder of their dwindling chance. Memories drifted like smoke, hazy yet vivid. I remember, Elena whispered, the first time I held you, the world felt safe. But now? Now safety was a distant memory, a cruel joke that mocked them as nature unleashed its fury. And then there was Thomas. A man of conviction, yet flawed, stubborn in his resolve. He fought against the tide, his muscles straining, desperation etched on his face. Elena! Stay inside, he shouted, but she couldn't. How could she stay behind while he faced the tempest alone? She felt the weight of their love pulling her forward, a lifeline she could not abandon. The floodwaters surged, a beast unchained, devouring the land, uprooting everything in its path. I could hear the screams, the cries for help echoing in the dark, haunting whispers that would linger long after the waters receded. Nobody could escape this. Not the children, not the elderly, not the brave souls who had always thought themselves safe behind sturdy walls. The flood was an equalizer, a reminder of humanity's fragility, a cruel teacher delivering lessons through waves of despair. "Please, God!" Elena cried out, her voice raw with anguish. "Please!" She was pleading not just for herself but for everyone, the neighbors who fought to save their loved ones, the children who clung to their mothers, the forgotten souls who had been swept away before they could even scream. And suddenly, the roar of the flood grew louder, drowning out all rational thought. It was a relentless tide, a dark force that would not relent, claiming lives with every crashing wave. I remember the moment Thomas turned, eyes wide with terror, a man realizing that love and fate were often cruel bedfellows. "Elena," he called, and the world blurred into a tempest of emotion, the desperation in his voice pulling at her very soul. The flood shattered their lives, but it also revealed their truths. In that chaotic swirl of water and wind, the fragility of human existence fell away, leaving raw, pulsing emotions in its wake. And as the waters rose, so did the ghosts of their past, a father's disappointment, a mother's silence, dreams left unfulfilled like boats adrift in the storm. Here they were, stripped to their essence, raw and exposed. I remember watching, a silent observer to their struggle, feeling the weight of history shift beneath my feet. The Great Flood was not just a moment lost in time, it was a tapestry woven with countless threads of human experience, each life a bead of irreplaceable value. The stories of struggle echoed through the ages, and I could hear them, voices whispering in the wind, a chorus of longing that begged to be heard. As the flood swept over their home, engulfing all they had known, I felt it, the profound heartbreak of losing everything while being reminded of the indomitable spirit of survival within us all. The water raged, but so did hope. The clash of despair and resilience reverberated through the air, a haunting melody that would linger in their hearts forever. Elena and Thomas, two flawed souls intertwined, faced the rising tide together, love smoldering like embers against the tempest. They were warriors in a war against nature, fighting for each breath, each heartbeat. And in that moment, in the rawness of the crisis, they discovered a truth so fierce it burned bright, a love that would not be extinguished, even if the waters rose to claim them. And as darkness enveloped them, as the shadows of history loomed large, they pressed on, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The flood may have ravaged the landscape, but it could never drown their love, a love that would resonate through the ages, carried on the winds of time, forever entwined with the history of the Great Flood. The wind howled, a mournful wail that echoed through the skeletal trees like a ghost calling for its lost kin. In the distance, the last remnants of sunlight bled across the horizon, shadows stretching and clawing at the ground as if trying to escape the encroaching darkness. A lone figure stood at the edge of a precipice, heart racing, breath shallow, the pulse of the earth vibrating beneath her feet. I remember that moment, I remember the taste of fear, metallic and sharp on my tongue. There was no room for hesitation, no time to mourn the past. Kira had always been a wanderer, a restless spirit trapped in a world that begged her to settle. Her feet, worn and calloused, had danced across lands that no longer recognized her. But today, the air felt heavy. Today, the scent of danger hung like smoke. With her small daughter, Lila, clinging to her side, Kira could feel the weight of their shared future pressing down upon her. "We can't go back," she whispered, though her heart betrayed her, longing for the warmth of their former home. The thought of the village, once vibrant and alive, now choked by fear and despair, haunted her. Blood had been spilled, the shadows had deepened, and Kira knew they would not be safe there again. I remember the way the trees seemed to lean in, hungry for secrets, and the ground beneath us began to tremble with anticipation. Somewhere, in the depths of the forest, a distant roar echoed, a predator, primal and fierce. It was a sound that sent chills racing down Kira's spine, a reminder of the ever-present danger they faced. "Stay close to me," she urged Lila, but her voice shook, a fragile thread in a storm. Amidst the chaos, their sole companion, Eric, crouched low, his eyes scanning the horizon. A hunter by birth, he was both fierce and flawed, his past weighed heavily on him. decisions made in desperation now haunting his every move. "We need to move," he said, urgency threading through his voice. "If they find us," but Kira wasn't ready to run. She could still hear the echoes of laughter, the smell of baked bread wafting through sunlit streets. What if they come for us? She couldn't shake the image of the villagers, driven mad by fear, eyes wild and unrecognizable. The memories surged within her, a tidal wave of emotion that threatened to pull her under. What if they find Lila? Eric's gaze softened for a brief moment, a flicker of understanding. He had lost too. The weight of his past hung like a shroud, yet he faced it, confronted it with a fierceness that defied despair. "We fight for her," he whispered, a promise crackling in the air. His hand brushed against Kira's, and in that fleeting moment, they shared a bond forged in shared terror and unyielding hope. Night fell, and with it came the weight of stars, cold and indifferent, shining down upon the chaos below. The fire crackled, illuminating their faces with a ghostly glow. Kira huddled close to Lila, wrapping her arms around the small body trembling beside her. "Tell me a story, Mama," Lila murmured, her voice barely a whisper, a fragile thread woven through the darkness. I remember how Kira's heart broke at that request. How could she weave tales of adventure and heroism when her own life felt like a string of nightmares? But she closed her eyes and drew from the well of her imagination, conjuring a world where the wind sang sweet lullabies and the moon danced with wolves. "Once upon a time," she began, and the words spilled like honey, sticky and warm, binding them together against the encroaching night. But the shadows danced closer, and the wind carried whispers of something sinister lurking just beyond the flickering light. The crack of a branch echoed, a warning shot that sent adrenaline coursing through their veins. Eric's head snapped up, eyes sharp and calculating. "Stay quiet," he commanded, every muscle coiled like a spring ready to unleash fury. In the stillness that followed, time stretched and warped, shadows merging with the underbrush. Kira could feel her heart slamming against her ribcage, each beat a reminder of the stakes, of the fragile thread that held them together. They were so small, so insignificant against the vastness of the world, yet here they were, on the precipice of something monumental. I remember the weight of that silence, the way it crawled under my skin, a tangible force that suffocated hope. But Lila, sweet, innocent Lila, broke the spell with a sudden giggle. The sound rang out, pure and unadulterated, echoing against the trees. Kira's heart fell into her stomach, the joy cutting through the darkness like a knife, and she grabbed her daughter's shoulders, fear flooding her senses. "Sure," Kira hissed, but the damage was done. The world exploded into chaos then, figures emerged from the shadows, silhouettes against the firelight, eyes gleaming with hunger. The predator had found them. Eric lunged forward, a beast unleashed, a mixture of raw instinct and desperation propelling him. Kira felt the world tilt, the ground shifting beneath her feet as she clutched Lila tightly, ready to run. I remember the sound of screams, the clash of bodies colliding, the primal dance of survival erupting around them. Fear wrapped its fingers around Kira's throat, squeezing until she couldn't breathe. "Run," she yelled, and they were off, feet pounding against the earth, hearts racing as they plunged deeper into the forest, branches clawing at them like the hands of the past reaching for their souls. In that wild chase, Kira fought against the memories that threatened to consume her, of safety long lost, of laughter turned to silence. She couldn't allow the shadows to swallow them whole. Every heartbeat urged her forward, every breath a desperate plea to survive. The forest was alive, a cacophony of sounds, leaves rustling, twigs snapping, the distant call of creatures that lurked just beyond sight. Each noise was a reminder of their fragility, of the uncertain tapestry of existence they were weaving. "We can't stop," she gasped, her voice a thread of determination against the chaos closing in around them. And as the night deepened, so did the tension, weaving a tapestry of fear and hope that bound them together. The world had shifted beneath their feet, and now they were lost in the dark, but they were no longer alone. In the shadows, they would fight, not just for survival, but for every moment that made life worth living. I remember the moon casting its silvery glow, illuminating a path forward, a glimmer of promise amidst the darkness. Kira's heart raced, not with fear, but with fierce resolve. They would find their way. They would carve out a space in this chaotic world, like early humans forging their destiny against the relentless tides of time. And as the echoes of their flight reverberated in the stillness of the night, I could feel the pulse of humanity, ever restless, ever searching, echoing against the vastness of the universe, a haunting melody that would never truly end. The migration had begun, and it was a journey as old as time itself, woven with threads of pain and joy, hope and despair. The shadows loomed behind, but ahead lay the promise of a new dawn, and they would move toward it, together. The hushed whispers of dust danced in the air, caught in the flickering torchlight that struggled against the encroaching shadows. I stood there, the smell of ancient parchment filling my lungs, as the weight of forgotten knowledge pressed down upon me like the tomb of a long-dead scholar. My heart raced, each thump resonating with the collective heartbeat of lost minds, those who had lingered here, their thoughts suspended between time and space. The library's walls loomed like sentinels, crumbling yet tenacious, as if they held secrets too heavy for the living to bear. In the corner, under the sallow glow, sat Ilara, her fingers trembling as they traced the spines of dusty tomes. She was a firebrand, a seeker of truth wrapped in a tattered cloak, but now her resolve wavered. "What if we can't find it?" she whispered, a tremor lacing her voice. The stakes had never felt so visceral, so raw. The weight of her doubt hung between us, thick as smoke. I wanted to reach out, tell her that hope was not yet lost, but how could I? My own heart thudded with fear, a gnawing certainty that knowledge, our salvation, was slipping through our fingers like sand. Across the room, Marcus paced like a caged lion, his brow furrowed in thought. His passion had always burned brightest in the face of ignorance, yet today it flickered, struggling against the dark. "We must find the codex," he said, voice low and laced with urgency. "Without it, the world will remain blind." He turned to me, eyes alight with an intensity that made my breath hitch. "You know this. You feel it, don't you?" I did. I felt the weight of our collective past pushing against us, the shadows of libraries lost to time whispering our names. The haunting spectre of forgotten voices echoed around us, reminding us that knowledge is power, but also a perilous treasure. As Ilara and Marcus exchanged glances, I remembered the stories of ancient scholars who had traversed the very halls we stood in, their laughter a haunting melody that lingered like a ghost. The weight of history was palpable, suffocating. Each ancient scroll held a promise, but also a curse. "They say the last librarian disappeared into the shelves," I murmured, half joking yet trembling under the weight of the truth. "Can you imagine? Lost among the pages, forever searching for something that might not even exist." Ilara's eyes widened, and I saw in her the reflection of my own fears, of being consumed, of losing oneself in the pursuit of what might never be found. "I don't want to end up like that," she said softly, and the confession hung in the air, a delicate thread that bound us together in our shared dread. "What if the codex is just a myth?" The vulnerability in her tone was a dagger to my heart. How could I convince her that even the myths held fragments of truth? Marcus's pacing ceased, and he turned to face us, the air charged with his fervor. "Myths are built on truths half remembered," he insisted, voice rising like the swell of an approaching storm. "If we don't seek them out, we allow the darkness to swallow us whole." His words echoed in the hallowed space, a battle cry against the encroaching abyss. I felt the pulse of his conviction, raw, unyielding. Yet, deep within, I knew the cost of this pursuit. Knowledge could be as much a weapon as a shield, and we were teetering on the brink of chaos. Suddenly, a sound cut through the tension, a soft rustle, a whisper of movement. My heart leaped, and all thoughts of doubt vanished in an instant. "Did you hear that?" I breathed, my voice barely above a whisper. Ilara's eyes shot wide, her earlier bravado replaced with a palpable fear. Marcus, ever the skeptic, turned his head sharply toward the source, his jaw clenching. "It's just the wind," he said, but even he hesitated, uncertainty creeping into every syllable. I stepped forward, drawn by an unseen force. The shadows seemed to beckon, swirling around me like an embrace laced with foreboding. I could almost see the past unfolding before me, the scholars, the scribes, the minds that had once flourished in this sanctuary of knowledge. Each book a heartbeat, each page a pulse, alive with the brilliance of thought. And yet, the weight of absence was a shroud, each absence a reminder of what was lost. Are we truly prepared to face what lies within these walls? I asked, each word dripping with trepidation. The air thickened, charged with unspoken fears, and for a moment, I could almost taste the bitterness of regret. Ilara bit her lip, her resolve flickering like the dying flames around us. What if we're not meant to find it? The question hung between us, painful and yet liberating. I could see the flicker of possibility in Marcus's eyes, but when he spoke, his voice trembled. Maybe it's not about finding the codex. Maybe it's about understanding why we seek it in the first place. His words hung in the air, an unsettling truth that sent chills racing down my spine. Why did we crave knowledge so desperately? Why were we willing to lose ourselves in its pursuit? The library held its breath as the shadows deepened, wrapping around us like a cold embrace. I felt the pulse of time shift, the weight of centuries pressing down on us, demanding our answer. With every heartbeat, our resolve wavered, and yet, in that moment, I understood, the libraries had never just been about books. They were about souls, our souls, woven into the fabric of history, a testament to our relentless pursuit of meaning in a chaotic universe. And in that understanding, I felt a surge of defiance. Perhaps we were unearthing more than knowledge, we were confronting the very essence of what it meant to be human. I caught Ilara's gaze, a flicker of determination igniting once more. Marcus nodded, a silent agreement passing between us. The Codex may be a myth, a ghost haunting the shelves of our fears, but together we would face whatever lay ahead. As the shadows grew, I stepped closer to the shelves, my hand reaching out to touch the spine of an ancient tome. The library held its breath, urging us forward into the unknown, and with each heartbeat, we moved deeper into the labyrinth of shadows, ready to confront the echoes of our own desires, a confrontation that felt both inevitable and terrifying. In that moment, as I stood at the precipice of knowledge and oblivion, I realized the true weight of our quest. It was not about finding the codex but about understanding the ghosts that lingered within these walls, and perhaps, within ourselves. The library pulsed around us, vibrant and alive, reminding us that some stories echo far beyond the pages, reaching into the very core of who we are. The sirens blare, a cacophony of dread slicing through the air like a knife through flesh. I stand frozen, heart racing, the tremors of a city caught in a storm of steel and fire reverberating through my bones. Smoke billows, curling like the fingers of a ghost trying to reclaim what it has lost. Around me, people scatter, faces pallid, eyes wide with the kind of fear that gnaws at the edges of hope. This is the moment when everything fractures. I see Daniel, his hand shaking, a ragged breath escaping his lips as he clutches the device that has become both a lifeline and a noose. The drone hovers above him, its mechanical wings whispering promises of power while casting long shadows over our past. He thought he could harness it, thought it would be the answer to the chaos that consumed us. I remember his laughter, the way it used to light up the room. Now it feels like a distant echo, drowned beneath layers of desperation and regret. "Don't do it, Daniel!" I shout, but my voice feels small against the roar of machinery and the cries of the lost. Can he hear me over the thunder of his own ambition? The dream he birthed now threatens to strangle us both. I remember when we imagined a world transformed, a society uplifted by innovation. Now, the very technology designed to liberate us feels like a metal chain, wrapping tighter around our throats. I turn, searching for Sarah. She stands at the edge of the chaos, eyes darkened with a sorrow that cuts deeper than any blade. I see the flickers of her memories dancing in her gaze, her childhood, the laughter, the warmth of family dinners, all swallowed by the relentless hunger of progress. She had warned us, her voice steady amidst the whirlwind. "We're playing with fire," she said, but we laughed, our arrogance a shield against the truth. Now, as the flames lick the sky, I can taste the bitter ash of our hubris. "Sarah!" I reach for her, but my hand grasping nothing but air. The city heaves, a living entity in pain, and I feel it, every heartbeat of despair reverberating through the pavement beneath my feet. Time stretches, an elastic band ready to snap, pulling us back to the moment when we first held our dreams in our palms. Ah, that sweet, intoxicating naivety. Remember when we thought we could change the world? Daniel's words cut through, filled with a desperation that twists my insides. We were wrong. Look at what we've created. His voice trembles, each syllable a confession, a plea. And I remember how we envisioned our inventions as bridges, spanning the chasms of ignorance, poverty, and despair. Now those bridges are collapsing, a technological monolith crumbling under the weight of our greed. The drone was ominously above, its sensors scanning for threats, its presence a constant reminder of our failures. I can feel the tension surrounding us, the air charged, thick with unrealized potential and unspoken fears. The world outside this moment is chaos, but here, with Daniel and Sarah, time flows differently, like a river that has run dry, leaving only the stones of our memories behind. Do you think we can fix it? Sarah asks, her voice a mere whisper, laced with a fragility that makes my heart ache. It's a question posed not just to Daniel and me, but to the universe itself. Can we rewind the clock? Can we take back the darkness that now threatens to consume us? What if it's too late? My own voice betrays me, strained by the weight of uncertainty. Her gaze pierces through the haze of despair, a fragile lifeline cast into turbulent waters. But hope is a hesitant flame, flickering weakly against the winds of reality. I remember the nights we spent dreaming under the stars, our laughter mingling with the cosmos, weaving tales of futures bright with promise. Now, those stars look down upon us with cold indifference, mere witnesses to our unraveling. Memories swirl like leaves caught in a tempest, each one a ghost of who we once were, a triumvirate of dreamers staring down the barrel of our own creation. The drones grows louder, the noise a reminder of our failure, our hubris. I want to scream, to rage against the sky, but I know that emotion won't alter our present. But there is an ache deep in my chest, a longing for the world we envisioned, a world where technology served humanity, knitting us together rather than tearing us apart. Daniel's fingers hover over the device, trembling like the leaves of autumn caught in an unfriendly wind. What if this is it? He asks, and I hear the desperation in his voice, the weight of 1,000 dreams collapsing into ash. What if we can turn it back? Or destroy it all? Sarah whispers. The truth hangs heavy, a guillotine blade poised above our heads. The air crackles with tension, and I watch as Daniel hesitates, caught in a moment suspended between action and inaction. And then, in that silence, I catch a glimpse of something. His eyes flicker with the lights of 1,000 possibilities, the tension in his shoulders easing ever so slightly. Maybe it's not just about fixing it. Maybe it's about understanding it. The realization washes over me, a wave that threatens to drown us all. We've been so focused on the machine, the innovation, that we forgot the heart, the beating pulse of humanity that lies beneath the cold steel and circuitry. In that moment, the shadows of our past flicker, illuminated by a glimmer of hope, a whisper of redemption. But the question looms larger than life: can understanding be enough? I glance at Sarah, feeling the weight of her gaze upon me as if she can read the thoughts I dare not voice. The drone hovers, a sentinel of our choices, reminding us that the precipice is close, and the abyss below waits patiently for our misstep. The world around us is chaos, but within this fragile bubble, time stretches and bends like the fabric of our dreams. The roar of the sirens fades into the background, replaced by the thrum of our hearts, 3 souls intertwined in the fight against their own creation. Each heartbeat a question, each breath a moment suspended in the cosmos. And as darkness looms, we stand, unyielding. The storm rages, but our resolve crystallizes. We will not be defined by our failures. We will write a new story, one where the innovations that change society do not enslave us, but free us to be more than we ever dreamed possible. The air hums with potential, a desperate hope whispering through the smoke, urging us to step forward, to embrace the uncertainty, to confront the future with the weight of our past firmly in our hearts. The confrontation is not just with the world outside, but with ourselves, our fears, our dreams, our ghosts. Together, we will rise from the ashes, even if the path ahead is shrouded in shadows. The city may burn, but from those ashes, we will ignite the fire of possibility anew. Each heartbeat echoing, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a promise that even in the darkest nights, the dawn of understanding can break through. And as the drone hovers, still and ominous, I know this is not the end. It's only the beginning. The story continues, spiraling into a future undefined, waiting for us to claim it as our own. A chill hung in the air as the sun dipped, casting shadows that danced like phantoms over the cracked earth. I remember the last breath of summer, the way it lingered, clinging tightly to the skin, whispering promises of harvests yet to come. And there she stood, Ilara, her hands trembling, not from the cold, but from the weight of the decision that loomed like a tempest in her heart. Behind her, the field stretched out, a patchwork of promise and despair, where dust met the fading light. Life and death were entwined here, and the choices she made would ripple through time, changing everything. "Do it, Ilara," hissed a voice that clawed at her resolve. Thane, her brother, paced like a caged wolf, eyes wild, filled with desperation. He was the fire to her water, always pushing, always demanding more than what the earth could give. "We have to plant now or we'll starve come winter. The gods won't wait for our indecision." His words ignited something bitter within her, a longing for peace that had eluded them since the blight took their father. They were not just siblings, they were remnants of a world collapsing under the weight of their own choices. The ground cracked beneath her feet, mirroring the fracture in their bond. She could still hear the laughter of children in the village, carefree and unburdened, voices rising like smoke into the twilight. "You think they care?" Thane's words cut through her reverie, sharp and unyielding. "They feast while we wither. We must take what we are owed." The intensity in his gaze was enough to freeze the blood in her veins, a reminder of their father's ambitions, dreams that had burned too bright before collapsing into ash. I remember, Ilara's voice was barely a whisper, but it echoed in the silence between them. "I remember the stories he told us, Thane. About the gods and the fields, how they answer to our prayers." Her heart pounded, a desperate rhythm against the encroaching darkness. "But what if we're wrong? What if we're just feeding the chaos?" The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and rotting hope. The wind howled, a ghostly wail that stirred memories of better days, a time when laughter mingled with the scent of bread baking, when they didn't have to fight for every scrap of life. Ilara could almost hear their father's voice, promising prosperity, the way a flame promises warmth before it consumes everything in its path. "Enough!" Thane shouted, the sound ricocheting off the hills like a gunshot. "Enough of your doubts." The wildness in his eyes was the last remnant of the boy he used to be, a boy whose dreams were stained with the blood of ambition. He stepped closer, the space between them thick with tension. "We have to take the seeds and plant them, even if it means risking everything." In that moment, she felt trapped in a web spun from their shared history, each thread whispering tales of love and betrayal, of laughter turned to tears. She could taste the bitterness on her tongue as uncertainty churned in her stomach. "But if it fails, Thane, if the gods forsake us, what then? Have you thought of that?" His silence was more deafening than the storm brewing on the horizon. It loomed, a shadow on their reality, whispering dark truths. "I'll do what I must," he finally murmured, and those words hung like an accusation in the air. Fear clawed at her insides. Was he ready to sacrifice their humanity for survival? Ilara turned her gaze to the fields, where the last light of day flickered across the tips of the crops, an ocean of life teetering on the edge of ruin. The air was electric with the weight of possibility. She could almost see the spirits of their ancestors wandering those fields, specters of what had been, their hopes and dreams intertwined with the roots of every plant, every blade of grass. "I remember," she whispered again, almost as if in prayer, recalling the night her father had gathered them around the fire, his voice a soothing balm against the world's harshness. The stories he spun were woven with threads of love, sacrifice, and the unbreakable bond between the earth and its children. He believed in the balance. He believed we could cultivate harmony. Thane scoffed, the sound a jagged edge against her memories. "Balance? This is war, Ilara. Nature doesn't care about our harmony. It cares about survival. And right now, we're losing." Her heart ached as she watched the darkness curling around him, the desperation twisting his face into something unrecognizable. She wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the brink, but the distance between them felt insurmountable. They were two sides of the same coin, spinning toward an inevitable clash. And then, from the depths of the shadows, a figure emerged. An old woman, bent but unbroken, her face a map of history, each wrinkle a story etched by time. "You children," she croaked, voice cracked like old parchment. "You stand at the crossroads of fate, and yet you cannot see the path ahead." Elara's breath hitched. She knew this woman, the keeper of their village's law. "What do we do, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice trembling like the first leaves of autumn. "What do we choose?" "Choose the land," the woman said, her eyes glinting with the wisdom of ages. "But know this, the earth remembers, and it demands respect. Your blood will feed it, but what of your souls?" The shadows deepened around them, and the night grew colder. As the last vestiges of light slipped away, Elara felt the weight of the universe pressing down on her, and with it came the realization that every choice they made would echo through eternity. "Thane, we need to find balance," she whispered, the words a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. But he just stood there, his heart hardened like the cracked earth beneath their feet, staring into the abyss of their future. She could see the ghosts of their ancestors swirling in the wind, and she knew that whatever they chose would shape the very fabric of their lives, of their civilization. In that moment, the world around them faded, the shadows stretching out, reaching for what was lost, what was yet to be found. The echoes of their past merged with the uncertainty of their future, and as the sky turned to ink, they stood on the precipice of a decision, each heartbeat a reminder that this was not merely survival. This was the essence of life itself, a struggle entwined with the power of agriculture, the very foundation of civilization. The silence deepened, and the darkness loomed closer. The seeds of their fate lay waiting in their hands, pulsing with the promise of hope and despair. The air was thick with the scent of herbs, blood, and despair as I knelt beside the flickering oil lamp, its light trembling like a heartbeat against the shadows that clung to the damp stone walls. In that moment, time twisted and coiled around me, mirroring the anguished cries echoing from the room next door. I locked eyes with Miriam, her face pale and drawn, the haunted look in her eyes telling a story of torment only a mother could know. Her hands trembled as they clutched a faded linen, a shroud that would soon wrap around her only son. "I remember when he laughed," she whispered, her voice cracking like dry earth in a drought. It was a simple laugh, a child's, the kind that could fill a room with light. Now her words trailed off, as though even the air refused to carry them. The pain twisted in my gut, a relentless predator, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. I was not a healer, not by any stretch of the imagination, but desperation wore a crown of thorns upon my head. The remedies of the ancients tugged at my memory, whispered in the corners of my mind. I could almost see them, the bruised fingers of a sage, the hasty scribbles of herbal recipes on parchment, the blood-stained rags of a battle long forgotten. "Do you think the roots will work?" she asked, desperation spilling from her eyes like a river bursting its banks. I glanced at the bundle of herbs I had gathered, fatally flawed in my understanding, yet hope thrummed within me. If we crush them into a paste, and mix in honey, maybe, a maybe. Miriam's voice sliced through the air, sharp as broken glass. "My son doesn't need a maybe. He needs to breathe, to live." And there it was, her fury, a tempest born of the helplessness that gnawed at her heart. I could feel the heat of her anger wash over me, suffocating, as if the very shadows conspired against us. I trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of her anguish. Healing was supposed to be an art, a gentle dance with nature, yet here, in this crumbling sanctuary, it felt like a frantic scramble up a cliff's precipice. "Get the leeches!" I blurted, a spark of madness igniting in my veins. What did I know of leeches? They were tools of desperation, feeding on the sickly sweet essence of life. They might draw out the fever. Miriam's eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief mingling with the flickering flames. "Leeches? You think I'd let those creatures touch my child?" And yet, I could see it, the swirling shadows of the unknown, tugging at my soul. I remembered the old woman in the market, her gnarled hands weaving spells of healing through tinctures and poultices, her laughter mingling with the cries of the dying. "They're not just creatures," I countered, my heart racing as I spoke, the words spilling from my lips like a fever dream. "They're alive, and they know what to do. They'll draw out the poison. It's ancient wisdom. Wisdom, she spat, rage giving her voice an edge that cut deeper than any blade. What wisdom is there in losing my son? The shadows shifted, and I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon me. Memories of ancient texts, of philosophers who swore by the stars and the healing powers of the earth, collided in my mind like thunderheads on the horizon. I could almost hear them whispering, Hippocrates, Galen, echoes of their beliefs swirling around us like a ghostly fog. They trusted the land, the magic embedded in roots and leaves, the unseen bond between humanity and nature. I remember, I said, desperation clawing at my throat, the stories of warriors wrapped in the embrace of the earth, healing from wounds that should have claimed them. The plants, they speak to the body, they know what is needed. Miriam's breath hitched, caught between disbelief and the flickering hope that danced in her weary heart. And what if you're wrong, she whispered, a shiver running down her spine. What if it is all a gamble? I finished for her, my voice firm despite the tremor in my chest. Every breath we take is a gamble. Every heartbeat is a risk, and yet we play the game, don't we? We must believe. We have to. The shadows thickened as the wind howled outside, a mournful cry that echoed the chaos within. I could feel the weight of time, creeping forward like an executioner sharpening his blade, inching closer to an unknown destiny. We were at the precipice, staring into an abyss of uncertainty. Would the leeches bring salvation, or would they condemn us to the darkness of despair? Miriam's gaze bore into mine, her eyes brimming with the weight of 1,000 decisions, 1,000 unspoken fears. Do it, she finally said, her voice a feathery whisper, tinged with both dread and resolve. Do it, if you think it will save him. In that moment, the air crackled with an unspoken promise, a fragile thread binding us together, a desperate hope that flickered like the dying flame of the lamp. As I turned to gather the leeches, the shadows whispered secrets I could not yet understand. Time held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat to echo in the stillness. And just like that, the world swirled, a cacophony of pain and hope, love and despair. I could sense the weight of ancient healing practices resting upon our shoulders, as if the very essence of the cosmos conspired to intertwine our fates. In a dim chamber, illuminated by flickering light, we stood on the precipice of something vast and unfathomable, where ancient medicine breathed life into the dying and whispered promises of salvation into the night. But what would it cost us? What ghosts would we unleash in our desperate quest for healing? I could not know, not yet. All I could feel was the tremor of impending confrontation, the raw emotion rolling like thunder in the distance, begging to be faced. In the dim light of twilight, shadows danced like restless spirits against the cracked stone walls of the ancient city, each corner hiding whispers of untold stories, each crevice a gateway to a forgotten past. The air was thick with tension, a palpable dread wrapping around the throats of those who dared to walk through the labyrinth of history. I found myself there, heart racing, surrounded by remnants of civilizations long gone, yet still echoing in the whispers of the wind. I remember the chill that settled deep in my bones as I stumbled across Marisol, her eyes wide with terror, the kind that seemed to see something beyond the veil of the mundane. She was standing at the edge of a crumbling fountain, its waters long dried up, but the haunting beauty of its design still lingered like a ghost. This isn't just history, she gasped, her breath coming fast, punctuated by the weight of something she had learned, something that threatened to unravel the very fabric of our understanding. This is a warning. I wanted to laugh, to shake off the absurdity of it all. After all, what harm could a few stones do? But there was a flicker in her dark eyes that stilled my tongue, gripped my heart. Marisol had always been the dreamy one, chasing after the stories of the ancients like a moth to flame, but now she stood before me, paralyzed, as if the ghosts of the past were clawing at her mind. She could feel their pain, their heartbreak, and in that moment, I realized I could too. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, an echo of concern swallowed by the eerie silence that enveloped us. "Look closer," she urged, shaking her head, her long hair catching the last light of day like strands of silk. "It's all connected. All of it." I followed her gaze, my pulse quickening, and there, etched into the stone, I saw it, the intertwining symbols of cultures that should never have mingled. The ancient Egyptians crossed paths with the Mesopotamians, their stories bleeding together like the ink of forgotten manuscripts. How could this be? I felt the weight of history pressing down, an unbearable gravity that threatened to tear us apart. And then there was Theo, lurking in the shadows, a figure both familiar and distant. His laughter, once buoyant, now echoed hollow, punctuated only by the weight of his own disillusionment. "We're all just ghosts, aren't we?" he scoffed, stepping closer, his brow furrowed in frustration. "Chasing after the echoes of those who came before us." His voice cracked, revealing a vulnerability that disarmed me. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that I understood. That we were all haunted by the choices made by those who walked before us, both beautiful and terrifying. "I remember," I said, each word an anchor in a vast sea of uncertainty. "I remember the stories my grandmother told me, the way she wove them into our lives. But they weren't just tales, they were warnings." The silence pressed on, thick and suffocating, as if the weight of our collective past hung between us, waiting to be acknowledged. Marisol's nails dug into her palms, a physical manifestation of the inner turmoil raging within her. "We can't ignore it," she insisted, her voice trembling. "The connections, they're not just historical. They're cosmic." I watched as she leaned closer to the fountain, her breath misting in the air, and I felt a chill skitter up my spine. "If we don't understand, we're doomed to repeat their mistakes." Theo scoffed, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes, something that indicated he was not entirely willing to dismiss her words. I could sense the battle within him, the tug-of-war between cynicism and the desperate hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we could learn something from the ghosts of the past. "What do you propose we do?" he challenged, crossing his arms, defiance cloaking his vulnerability. But I could see beneath the bravado, the fear of being swallowed by the weight of history. The clock ticked loudly in the distance, echoing the inexorable passage of time, each tick a reminder of our fragility. "Find the threads," Marisol urged, her voice quavering yet fierce. "Connect them. We need to understand how their choices, wars, love, betrayal, echo through time. It's all a cycle. We're living it." The fervor in her voice ignited something within me, a flicker of hope amidst the impending darkness. The city loomed around us, a silent witness to our struggle, shadows stretching like fingers, grasping for our thoughts. Each heartbeat felt amplified, the air thick with the weight of our collective memories. I could feel it, the pulse of ancient tomes, the heartbeats of civilizations that thrived and fell, echoing through the cobbled streets. "We're bound," I whispered, the realization flooding my senses. "By blood, by dreams, by the very essence of what it means to be human." I felt the pull of history, a tether to something larger than ourselves, a cosmic thread weaving through the tapestry of time. Theo's skepticism began to waver, and I saw the flicker of understanding in his eyes, the realization that perhaps the past was not merely a collection of dates and events, but rather a living entity that breathed and throbbed with the weight of emotion. "So, what do we do?" he murmured, almost to himself, as the shadows seemed to lean in closer, eager to listen. Marisol smiled, a fragile yet fierce light igniting within her. "We learn. We listen. We connect. We don't let the ghosts fade away." Her words hung in the air, shimmering like stardust caught in the twilight, and in that moment, it felt as if the very universe conspired to bind our fates together. The city around us pulsed with life, an ancient heartbeat resonating through our veins, a reminder that we were all interconnected. And as the darkness closed in, I felt the weight of something profound settle upon us, a shared understanding that our stories, our struggles, were mere echoes of the past, waiting to be redefined. In the whispers of the night, we would find our way, tracing the intricate web of history, forever entwined under the watchful gaze of those who came before us. The night was far from over, and in the shadows, the true story was just beginning to unfold. The chilling wind howled through the cracks of the ancient stone buildings, carrying with it whispers of lives unlived and dreams unfulfilled. I remember standing there, heart racing, as shadows danced across the cobblestones like phantoms of the past. The sun was setting, its last rays bleeding into the horizon, casting a crimson hue that looked all too much like blood. A woman, her face etched with defiance and fear, clutched her child to her chest, her breath hitching in her throat as she faced the gathering crowd. Elara, the weaver, queen of the loom, stood at the crossroads of fate. Her hands, calloused yet gentle, had shaped countless stories into cloth. But today, those hands trembled. She felt the weight of 1,000 eyes upon her, each one a reminder of the chains that bound women beneath the crushing weight of tradition. I remember the laughter of my daughters, she whispered to the winds, as if the ghosts of her past could hear her. But laughter turns to cries when the world only sees us as vessels. To her left stood Livia, the healer, with herbs clinging to her hair like the mournful songs of the forest. The air thickened with tension as she surveyed the crowd, their faces twisted in judgment. If only they knew, she mused, the bitterness of 1,000 secrets lodged in her throat. We are not just wives and mothers. We are the architects of life and death, the threads of fate entwined in the tapestry of existence. Yet, the fear in her heart stirred like a serpent coiling tighter. What power did a woman truly wield in a world that often saw them as mere reflections of their fathers or husbands? The whispers grew louder, ghosts of the past mingling with the living, haunting her with the choices she hadn't made. I remember my mother's hands, stained with the herbs of life, teaching me how to mend the broken, the sick. I remember, but as she stood there, the crisis of the moment clawed at her, a reminder that the world was unwieldy and cruel. The elders, men with voices like thunder, decreed the fate of the innocent. Ilara's heart sank as she caught sight of the noose hanging ominously from the gallows, the ultimate silencer of her kind. It was meant for a girl accused of witchcraft, a girl whose only crime was possessing knowledge that made men shiver in their boots. No, Ilara gasped, the word escaping her lips like a prayer woven from desperation. Not again. It was more than a sentence. It was a legacy of fear. Each trial reminded them of how easily a flame could be extinguished, how easily a woman could be silenced. The wooden beam creaked with the weight of history, of countless lives snuffed out by ignorance and prejudice. Then there was Myra, the rebel. She stood tall, arms crossed, her spirit a flickering flame against the oppressive darkness. "You think we'll stay silent?" she shouted into the crowd, her voice unyielding. "You think we'll keep weaving your stories while our own unravel? No. I will not be a ghost haunting the halls of a life I never chose." Her defiance resonated in the hearts of the gathered women. I could see it, a spark igniting a smoldering fire. Yet, the men, those protectors of tradition, frowned and shook their heads as if to erase her existence with doubt. The echoes of their laughter twisted in the air like thorns, each barb a reminder of their power. "I remember," Myra continued, her breath aflame. "I remember the nights we whispered our dreams under the stars, our voices rising like the very smoke that burned our sisters. I remember the hope we dared to dream. But hope, like a delicate thread, could snap." As Livia clutched her herbs, Ilara's heart pounded like a war drum, and Myra stood poised for battle, the tension wrapped around them, suffocating and raw. They were more than women, they were the embodiment of an age-old struggle for autonomy, a fight against the chains of oppression that had bound their ancestors. But in that moment, as the sky darkened, the shouts of men drowned out their voices. A single scream pierced the night, a girl's voice, trembling yet fierce, echoed like a haunting melody, "I am not afraid." It was both a plea and a battle cry, a reminder that even in the darkest corners, courage could flicker like a candle against the storm. Then silence fell, heavy and oppressive, wrapping around them like a suffocating fog. I could feel it, the collective breath held in the chests of the onlookers, the weight of a moment suspended in time. They were all there, caught between fear and hope, between submission and rebellion. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the last rays of light surrendered to the shroud of night, something shifted in the air. A sense of inevitability loomed, a confrontation brewing like a thunderstorm ready to unleash its fury. Would they stand together, weaving their stories into a tapestry of resilience, or would they be swallowed whole by the shadows of their past? Ilara, Livia, and Myra stood together, bound by shared fears, dreams, and a fierce determination. They were no longer isolated figures drifting in the currents of fate. They were a storm gathering strength, their hearts beating in unison, each pulse echoing the promise of something more. In that moment, the world outside faded. All that mattered was the flicker of hope, the burning desire for change, and the undeniable truth: they were women. They were powerful, and they would not be silenced. And so the night thickened, shadows deepening, as the clock struck, marking a beginning rather than an end. Time shuddered under the weight of their resolve, whispering secrets of what was to come, not as a conclusion, but as an invitation to a new dawn, one that pulsed with the rhythm of their heartbeats. A cycle unbroken, a story yet to be told. The chill of midnight wrapped around me like a shroud, thick and suffocating. I stood on the edge of the crumbling churchyard, moonlight breaking through the gnarled branches of ancient oaks, casting tortured shadows on the gravestones. Each marker whispered secrets of lives long lost, each name engraved in stone a tether to the past, a reminder of mortality. In that moment, I felt the weight of eternity pressing down on my chest, a reminder that faith can be both a balm and a burden. Anna's breath came in ragged gasps beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the glimmer of the moon like liquid silver. "They say the spirits won't rest until they're acknowledged," she murmured, her voice thick with a mingling of fear and longing. I looked at her, really looked at her, this girl who wore her heart on her sleeve, who believed in the power of the unseen. And then there was David, lurking in the shadows, his silence heavy with doubt. He was a skeptic, the rational mind in this swirling storm of faith and fear. "You really believe this?" he scoffed, arms crossed defiantly. But his voice trembled, breaking the facade he wore like armor. Beneath his bravado, I could sense the tremors of a buried conflict, a longing for something greater than himself, something that could cut through the mundane, the gray of everyday life. The church loomed behind us, an eerie silhouette against the star-speckled sky, its steeple like a finger pointing toward the heavens. "Let's go inside," Anna said, her voice a soft plea wrapped in boldness. David hesitated, his eyes darting to the door, then back at us, as if waiting for a sign, a cosmic nod that would either condemn us or set us free. With a deep breath that felt like swallowing glass, I stepped forward, pushing the heavy door open. It creaked, oh, how it creaked, like the groaning of 1,000 souls, begging for release. Inside, the air was thick, damp, and heavy with echoes of prayers that had drifted into the ether, mingling with the dust of forgotten hopes. "Do you feel that?" Anna whispered, her voice quivering. The tension in the air was palpable, vibrating with the weight of centuries. I did feel it, a current thrumming beneath the surface, a heartbeat of something ancient and powerful. It pulled at my heart, a siren call, beckoning me closer to the altar like a moth to a flame. David shifted uncomfortably, his skepticism battling with an undeniable sense of dread. "This is absurd," he muttered, but the way he gripped the edge of the pew betrayed him. I could see the flickering shadows dancing across his face, and in that moment, I knew we were all haunted, not by ghosts, but by our own unacknowledged fears, our own unspoken desires for connection, for meaning. "Look," Anna pointed, her voice barely above a whisper. On the altar lay an array of candles, their flames flickering like tiny beacons of hope, casting a warm glow over the cold stone. "We should light one for them." A gesture so simple, yet dripping with gravity. With each flick of her lighter, I felt the pulse of something more, an aching trust in the invisible threads that bind us, the unexplainable force of faith that stretches across time and space, linking the living to the dead. David scoffed again, but his voice cracked, betraying his resolve. "You really think a candle will change anything?" His words hung in the air, a challenge, a question lingering like smoke. And yet, as Anna lit the final candle, I felt a rush of warmth, a flood of memories crashing over me, whispers of long-forgotten prayers, laughter echoing from beneath the surface, the weight of sorrow that clung like cobwebs to the rafters. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, tales of the divine woven into the fabric of our everyday lives, how each moment was steeped in the sacred, how every heartbeat was a prayer. I remember, I started, my voice trembling with emotion. I remember the way she would hold my hand and teach me about the stars, how they were the eyes of those we loved, watching over us. Anna's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded, her spirit rising, almost tangible in the flickering candlelight. "And those who have gone before us, they still linger, don't they?" But David was unyielding, his doubts forming a wall around him. "You can't honestly believe this will change anything," he insisted, but the tremor in his voice was growing, as if he feared the cracks in his skepticism might shatter the very ground beneath him. "Maybe it's not about changing anything," I breathed, feeling the gravity of the moment. "Maybe it's about acknowledging what is. About connecting." The air thickened, charged with tension, a collision of beliefs clashing like thunderclaps. Anna stepped closer to the altar, her fingers brushing the cool, waxen surface of the candles, as if seeking something beyond the grasp of our understanding. "It's about letting them know we remember," she whispered fiercely, her spirit undeterred. In that dimly lit space, time felt suspended, each heartbeat a countdown to something inevitable, something profound. The shadows seemed to dance closer, and I could feel the breath of the past brushing against my skin, a ghostly reminder of all that had been, all that was yet to come. In that moment, we were three souls bound together by the weight of existence, teetering on the precipice of belief and disbelief, longing and fear. I could feel it, the knowledge that we were not alone, that the shadows held more than darkness, they held the echoes of lives intertwined, the whispers of the divine woven into the very fabric of our being. As the candles flickered, illuminating our faces with a soft glow, I realized that the true practice of faith, of spirituality, was not confined to rituals or doctrines, but lived in the moments we shared, in the connections we dared to forge in the shadows. And outside, the world continued to spin, the stars continued to watch, and the night moved on, relentless and eternal. The silence was deafening, a heavy shroud draped over the remnants of what once was. Dust hung in the air, swirling like lost souls, whispering secrets of the past. I stood there, heart racing, as shadows danced across the crumbling walls of the great hall, each flicker of the dying flame a countdown to despair. The laughter of children had long faded, replaced by the hollow echoes of memories that clawed at my chest. I could almost hear their voices, soft, sweet, innocent, taunting me with a past that felt both foreign and achingly familiar. I remember the moment I knew it was over. The sun hung low, a dying ember in the sky, casting an ominous glow over the battlefield. Bodies lay scattered like discarded dolls, their dreams snuffed out in an instant. I was there, my hands trembling, blood staining my fingers as I tried to grasp the futility of it all. They had tried to warn us, the elders with their cracked voices, but we were young, brimming with the arrogance of youth, convinced we were invincible. But invincibility was a siren song, and the rocks we dashed ourselves upon were sharp. In the midst of the chaos, I locked eyes with Ilara, a warrior born of fire and fury. She was fearsome, her spirit unyielding even as her body bore the scars of countless battles. "We fight or we die," she had spat, the words escaping her lips like the last breath of a dying star. And there I stood, torn between admiration and terror. I wanted to be brave, to be like her, yet the weight of fear suffocated me. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet were rooted to the ground, shackled by the memories of what we once had. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, the words barely escaping my mouth. The air was thick with tension, with a fear that felt like a living thing, slithering around my throat. Ilara's gaze sharpened, and her lips pressed into a thin line. "What is it?" she replied, scanning the horizon, seeking the danger that threatened to swallow us whole. I remembered the dreams, the ones that haunted me at night, visions of this very moment, the empire collapsing like a house of cards, each piece falling away under the weight of its own hubris. It was always the same, the flames, the screams, the darkness that crept in like a thief, stealing the last remnants of hope. My heart raced, pounding in my chest as if it were trying to escape the inevitable. "Look!" A voice broke through the shadow, cutting through my reverie. It was Cedric, his face pale, eyes wide with terror as he pointed towards the horizon. There, behind the smoldering ruins, an army approached, a sea of faces lost to the void. They marched with the certainty of a tidal wave, relentless and unyielding. Each step they took echoed the heartbeat of our crumbling world. "We cannot fight them," I said, my voice trembling, a fragile whisper against the roar of despair. "We can't." But somewhere, a part of me longed for the fight, for the thrill of battle that surged through my veins like wildfire. It was intoxicating, that promise of glory, but glory was a cruel mistress, she left only ashes in her wake. Ilara's hand gripped my shoulder, her touch both grounding and electrifying. "You must choose," she said, her voice steady, a lifeline amid the chaos. "Will you stand with us, or will you run?" Her eyes bore into mine, fierce and unwavering, challenging me to break free from the chains of indecision that threatened to bind me forever. I wanted to scream at her, to tell her that I was tired of fighting, tired of losing those I loved to the ruthless hands of fate. But instead, I felt the weight of her gaze, the weight of history pressing down upon us. The great empires of the past had fallen, one after the other, swallowed by their own ambition, and here we were, on the brink of calamity, teetering on the edge of the abyss. I remember, I let the words spill out, raw and unfiltered, the stories of those who came before us. Their empires crumbled beneath the weight of their own greed, their arrogance. My voice broke, and the fear clawed at my throat. What if we are doomed to repeat their mistakes? Ilara stepped closer, her presence a beacon amidst the encroaching darkness. Then we fight to break the cycle, she urged, her voice fierce, echoing through the encroaching dusk like a clarion call. We cannot let their ghosts haunt us any longer. In that moment, I felt the stirrings of something deep within, a flicker of defiance igniting against the tides of despair. But doubt clawed at my resolve, sharp and insistent. And what if we fail? I asked, my voice trembling, tears pooling in my eyes as I fought to hold back the tide of hopelessness. Then we fail together, she said, her words a promise carved into the night, unyielding and fierce. But we will not go quietly. And in her fierce glare, I saw the reflection of my own fear, my own longing for something greater, something more than the emptiness that loomed before us. Cedric stood at the edge of the shadows, his expression a mixture of trepidation and determination, a boy on the precipice of manhood, caught between the innocence of youth and the harsh reality of a war-torn world. I'll stand with you, he declared, though his voice quivered, betraying the fear that lurked just beneath the surface. We'll face whatever approaches together. And there, in that darkened hall, as the shadows closed in, I felt the weight of history pressing against us, the ghosts of empires past whispering warnings in the wind. A chill ran down my spine as I understood the truth. We were all haunted by the failures of those who came before us, echoed in the cries of the present, the fading light of a once mighty empire flickering dangerously close to extinction. The ground trembled as the sound of marching feet grew louder, a heartbeat of inevitability. I took a deep breath, steeling myself against the tide of darkness that threatened to engulf us. We were on the brink of something catastrophic, and yet, in that moment, with Ilara's fierce gaze upon me and Cedric's timid resolve beside me, I felt it, a spark of hope igniting within the ruins of despair. I remember the last whispers of the empire, the echo of its heartbeat fading into the night, but I also remember the fire that flickered in the hearts of those who dared to stand firm against the encroaching storm. And it was that fire that would carry us forward, into the unknown, into the fight for a future that shimmered tantalizingly beyond the veil of darkness. The stage was set, the world awaited us, trembling with anticipation. And as we stepped into the shadows, ready to confront the ghosts of history, the past became a relentless echo, a haunting reminder that empires may fall, but the spirit of those who dare to stand will never be extinguished. The chill of the stone corridor bit into my skin, an unwelcome embrace that sent shivers down my spine. I could hear it, the hollow clang of metal on metal, the sickening squelch of flesh against flesh. My heart hammered violently, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of ribs, its fluttering frantic and hopeless. This was it. The Dark Ages were not merely a distant memory, but a living nightmare draped in shadows and whispers. I remember the moment when I first truly understood fear. It was in the flickering light of the torch, casting grotesque shadows that danced like tortured souls. Edda stood beside me, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her wide eyes reflecting terror more profound than the abyss. She was a scrappy girl with a fierce spirit, always armed with a wit that could slice through the thickest gloom. But even she, with her bravado, was feeling the weight of the darkness that pressed down on us. "It's just a man," she whispered, clutching my arm, a fragile anchor in a storm. But I could see the tremor in her fingers, how they quaked as if they were betraying her. Then, just like that, the world shifted. The door burst open, a cacophony of wood splintering, a rush of air so sharp it cut through the fears we clung to. There stood the executioner, a grotesque figure clad in black, his face obscured by a hood. My body froze. I wanted to scream, to run, but instead, I stood rooted to the ground, a deer caught in the maw of the predator. Edda's grip tightened, and I could feel the pulse of her fear echoing in my bones. "Please, don't," I pleaded, my voice a mere whisper that fell into the abyss. The executioner didn't respond, he merely raised his blade, a glint of silver in the dim light. It was an elegant weapon, but its beauty belied the horror it could unleash. I could almost hear a haunting melody whispering through the air, a song of lost souls that echoed the agony of those who had stood before him. Time stretched around us, a taut string ready to snap. In that suspended moment, I thought of Martin, my brother, a wild spirit with a laugh that could lift even the heaviest of hearts. He had always warned me about the darkness lurking beyond our village, how it could swallow whole cities, leaving only the ruins of forgotten dreams. It's not myths, he told me, eyes wide with conviction, it's reality. You can't outrun it, you can only face it. But Martin was gone now, his laughter silenced by the very darkness he had warned me about. I had watched helplessly as it consumed him, just as I felt it threatening to swallow me whole. But then, an explosion of sound. Edda shoved me aside, her small frame fierce and determined. "Run," she screamed, the word igniting a fire within me that scorched through the fear. In that instant, the air shifted, the weight of the moment transforming into a desperate urge for survival. I darted past the executioner, brushing against the cold stone walls, feeling the dampness seep into my skin as if the stones themselves were trying to hold me back. The corridors twisted and turned like a labyrinth, shadows flitting in and out of sight, taunting me, whispering dark secrets of the past. I could hear the rasp of footsteps behind me, the sound of inevitability creeping closer. With every heartbeat, I felt the pulse of history threatening to engulf me, centuries of pain and betrayal echoing in the walls, a relentless reminder of what lay hidden behind the veil of civilization. "Edda!" I shouted, panic clawing at my throat. I needed her. She was the compass of my soul, the only light in this suffocating darkness. The air felt stale and heavy, filled with the scent of decay, and I stumbled through a door, bursting into a wide courtyard bathed in the eerie glow of the moon. But what greeted me made my heart plummet. The ground was littered with bodies, some still, others writhing in agony. I felt the bile rise in my throat. This was no mere nightmare but a gruesome tableau of human suffering. I could almost hear the echoes of their final moments, the cries of despair that hung thick in the air, wrapping around me like a noose. And then, I saw her. Edda lay on the ground, her eyes wide, shimmering with unshed tears. I remember, she rasped, a soft, fragile sound that broke through the cacophony of chaos. I remember the stories, the songs. But this, her voice cracked, and I felt the weight of her despair crashing over me like a wave. No matter how deeply we buried it, the darkness lived on, seeping into our bones, whispering promises of despair and ruin. It was a cycle that wouldn't end, a loop of suffering and hope, where each new dawn carried the haunting shadows of the past. In that moment, I realized that we were the ghosts of our own making, caught in the unending cycle of history, haunted by our choices, by the myths that clothed our realities. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, as if it were alive, breathing in time with my racing heart. It was both terrifying and beautiful, a reminder that amidst the pain, there was still life. But as I knelt beside Edda, the moon cast its indifferent gaze upon us, a witness to our struggle. The shadows lengthened, creeping forward like hungry spirits, and I could feel the darkness closing in. The pain was raw, visceral, and real, a reminder that the Dark Ages were not merely stories or myths splattered across history books. They lived within us, pulsing with every heartbeat, every breath we took. And just like that, the air shifted again, pregnant with tension. I could almost hear the echoes of our ancestors, blending with our cries, an unbroken chain that linked us to the past, painful, beautiful, and irrevocably intertwined. I could feel it, the walls pressing in, the shadows whispering promises of despair. We were caught in the web of our own making, yet somehow, amid the chaos, there flickered a glimmer of hope, a spark of rebellion against the overwhelming darkness. The night was still young, and we were far from done. The tales were not finished, the stories not yet spun. The Dark Ages had its grip, but within us burned an ember, a fierce desire to break free, to rise from the ashes of time. "Stand with me, Edda," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "We'll find a way." The shadows loomed large, but together we would face the haunting specter of our past, daring to write a new story in the very heart of darkness. The flickering light of 1,000 candles painted the stone walls with shadows that danced like specters, and in that dimness, a figure trembled. I remember the moment, the air thick with the scent of burning wax and desperation as I, Giovanni, stood frozen, the weight of history pressing down on me, suffocating. The echoes of a world lost whispered through the chamber, my heart hammering in rhythm with the frantic beat of an ancient clock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It felt as though time itself had come alive, mocking my ignorance and urging me to remember what had been left behind. Marta, I breathed, her name a prayer on my lips, a lifeline in the chaos that surrounded us. She stood across the room, eyes wide with terror, clutching the torn pages of a long-buried manuscript, an artifact of a civilization that had once thrived, now in our trembling hands. The weight of that discovery coursed through us like fire. It was exhilarating and terrifying, a promise of knowledge that could ignite revolutions or plunge us into despair. Giovanni, it's forbidden, she whispered, her voice barely a breath, laced with an urgency that sent chills racing down my spine. What if they find us? The shadows around us seemed to listen, to conspire. I could almost feel their cold breath on my neck, warning me of the darkness that followed those who dared to unearth the past. I wanted to assure her, to say that we were safe, but the truth was a cruel beast lurking in the corners of my mind. The Inquisition had eyes everywhere, and our insatiable hunger for knowledge was a sin for which we could pay dearly, our lives, our freedom. I remember the tales of those who had sought to resurrect the wisdom of the ancients, their tales ending in flames, their spirits extinguished. Marta, look at this! A sudden surge of hope erupted within me as I pointed to a beautifully intricate diagram, a map of the heavens, constellations drawn with precision, each star a promise of untold secrets. It was a beacon of possibility, a lifeline within a sea of despair. If we can decipher this, we can change everything. But Marta, with her heart like a delicate glass flower, hesitated. What if we invoke something we cannot control? Her eyes darted to the window, where the moon hung low and full, a ghostly sentinel peering in. The night felt alive, almost sentient, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for our choice, to bear witness to our folly. I remember, I said, forcing the memories to the surface, the tales of Socrates, of Plato, of wisdom lost to the ages. They spoke in riddles, but we have the key. We can reclaim their legacy. The fervor in my voice fueled my desperation, but it faltered against the weight of her fear. The room felt smaller, the walls pressing in like the world collapsing around us. Marta's trembling hand reached for mine. But at what cost, Giovanni? Our lives? The lives of those we love. Her gaze was piercing, a mirror reflecting my own doubts. I felt the cracks in my resolve splinter, but the passion of my vision roared to life, fierce and unrelenting. We're standing on the brink of something monumental. The Renaissance is dawning, Marta. This is our moment. Don't you feel it? I could taste the exhilaration, sweet and tainted like forbidden fruit. I wanted to drag her into the light with me, to share the thrill of creation, of rediscovery. The ancients spoke of beauty, of knowledge that transcends death. We could be the torchbearers. A sudden crash echoed through the corridor, a grim reminder that we were not alone. My breath caught in my throat, and Marta's grip tightened around my wrist like a vice. The shadows shifted, darkness pooling as if taunting us with the certainty of doom. They're coming, she gasped, her voice a trembling whisper that cut through the air like a blade. We must hide. Panic clawed at my insides, but I couldn't let go of the manuscript. It felt like holding the very essence of humanity in my hands. The knowledge of the ancients could turn the tide, could reshape the world. I had tasted it, and I was unwilling to surrender to the abyss. Giovanni! Please? Marta's eyes glistened with fear, and in that moment, I saw the ghost of her dreams slipping away, the life she yearned for, the love that could flourish amidst the chaos. She wanted safety, and I craved the truth. The chasm between our desires yawned wider, a gaping more threatening to consume us both. Then, in that breathless tension, the door flung open, and a silhouette loomed in the darkness, cloaked in authority and malice. The figure stepped forward, revealing the cold, beady eyes of the Inquisitor, a harbinger of dread and doom, a shadow of the past come to haunt us. You have meddled where you should not, he hissed, his voice slithering through the air like a serpent, chilling my blood. For a heartbeat, time stood still. The world shrank to a single point, Marta's terrified expression, the manuscript clutched in my hands, the darkness encroaching like a tide ready to swallow us whole. My thoughts raced. I could see the threads of our lives intertwining, the path diverging into oblivion. "Run!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat like a desperate prayer. But as I looked into her eyes, I realized the hardest truth of all: love and knowledge could be a poison as much as a remedy. Would I sacrifice her dreams for my ambition? Would I drag her into the inferno of my obsession? As Marta hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze, I made my choice. I would protect her, even if it meant relinquishing the past. The manuscript slipped from my fingers and fell to the ground, its pages whispering secrets that would remain forever unspoken. In that moment, I understood the cost of knowledge: sacrifice. The weight of history hung in the air, a ghostly reminder that some truths were never meant to be unearthed. "Go, Marta! I'll hold him off." My voice boomed with a conviction I didn't fully feel, but the urgency propelled me forward. And as she darted away, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness, I felt the shadows wrap around me, cold and relentless, forever entwined with the legacy of those who dared to seek, to know, to be. And as the Inquisitor advanced with the weight of the world behind him, I stood resolute, a fragile flame against the ravenous dark, knowing that the quest for knowledge could be as brutal as it was beautiful. The battle had only begun, a clash of light and shadow, an eternal dance on the precipice of what lay beyond the grave. The storm roared like a wild beast unleashed, rain lashing against the ship's hull, each drop a drumming heartbeat, a reminder of mortality. I clung to the railing, soaked to the bone, my fingers white-knuckled against the splintering wood. "It's now or never!" I shouted, the wind ripping the words from my mouth, tossing them swallowed by the angry sea. I remember the faces, those wide-eyed souls who'd signed on for glory but were now crumpled in fear, shadows of their former selves. Fear, palpable and thick, wrapped itself around us, threading through the hollow spaces of our hearts, an iron grip that threatened to squeeze the breath from our lungs. There was Portia, her eyes two storms of their own, lightning flashes of defiance trying to pierce through the clouds of dread. She'd always been the bold one, the one who sneered at superstition and danced in the rain. But now, here she stood, drenched in uncertainty, clinging to the hope of finding something, anything, to prove the legends true. The ancient secret. "Do you even believe it exists?" she yelled over the wind, the doubt slicing through her voice like a sharp dagger. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way they shook like leaves in a tempest. What if it's just a ghost story? The thought crept into my mind, curling like smoke around my consciousness. What was I doing here? What were we all doing here? I could almost hear the echoes of laughter from ancient taverns, taste the bitterness of watered-down wine shared with friends who would never see the dawn of this day. I remember, I whispered to myself, a ritual of sorts. I remember the maps that promised lands unseen. The parchment felt like a whisper of sanity, a lifeline tossed into the chaotic sea of my doubts. Beside Portia was Marcus, a man whose bravado was as thin as the threadbare coat he wore. I could see the flicker of fear in his dark eyes, dancing behind bravado like a candle fighting against the wind. "If we die out here, let it be for something," he shouted, his voice cracking, the bravado slipping like sand through his fingers. "Let it be for glory." Portia scoffed, but there was a tremor of agreement in her voice, an undercurrent of something deeper, a shared understanding of the insanity binding us together. I could feel my heart pounding, a war drum racing against the chaos around us. The stakes were rising, the tension an unyielding presence, urging us forward. The ship creaked, a monstrous groan echoing the fear clawing at my insides. We were nothing more than puppets dancing on the strings of fate, and the storm was our cruel puppeteer. I watched the horizon, the ink blackness swirling like a void, as if the universe itself was warning us to turn back. But how could we? How could we turn back when the dreams of all those who sought the ancient secret hung like a fog over our heads? A flash of lightning illuminated the faces of my crew, young and old, brave and cowardly, each one of us a tapestry of dreams and fears, stitched together in this moment. I felt their heartbeats, felt the weight of their hopes pressing against my chest, a shared burden that linked us in a symphony of desperation. "Look!" Marcus shouted suddenly, pointing into the maelstrom. "There!" his voice sliced through the cacophony, drawing my gaze to an unholy sight. A silhouette, a landmass jutting out from the chaos, dark and foreboding. Could it be? And in that moment of madness, hope flickered like a dying candle. Portia's breath hitched, and I could see her spirit ignite with reckless abandon. "We can't turn back now," she shouted, a fierce conviction lacing her words. "We're so close." But close to what? I couldn't help the question that wormed its way into my mind, a parasite feasting on my courage. Close to the ancient secret, sure, but at what cost? I remembered stories of men who had come before us, fabled explorers who had vanished into the mists, leaving behind nothing but whispers of regret and shadows. "Fear will drown us as surely as the ocean," I murmured, the words escaping my lips in quiet desperation. I didn't know if I spoke to them or to myself, a reminder that despair was a choice, too, just as much as hope. Yet, the closer we drew to the land, the more the weight of it all pressed down on me, a leaden shroud that threatened to suffocate. The ship lurched violently, and screams pierced the night like arrows. I felt the deck tilt beneath my feet, and the sky roared, angry and loud. In that instant, the world narrowed to the sound of my heart, pounding a relentless rhythm, and the realization clawed at my throat: the ancient secret had a price, and we were about to pay it. "Hold on!" I shouted, throwing myself against the railing as the ship pitched violently. But nothing could prepare us for the moment we struck land, the jarring impact sending shockwaves through our bodies, as if the earth itself was awakening from a long slumber. And then silence. A heavy, oppressive silence that blanketed us like a shroud, the kind of stillness that wraps around you and whispers of things left unsaid. I stood there, breathless and trembling, staring at the dark outline of the shore ahead. The shadows danced like ghosts, and I wondered, what awaited us there? In the heart of that stillness, I felt the weight of my decisions, the choices that had led us here, the lives tangled in the web we'd woven of dreams and delusions. Portia's eyes sparkled with determination, and Marcus stood resolute, but the shadows lurked around us, taunting, whispering secrets of the past, of those who never returned. "Whatever waits for us, we face it together," Portia declared, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the storm's aftermath. And as I nodded, my heart thrumming with fear and exhilaration, I knew we were on the cusp of something dark and beautiful, something that would either bind us together in triumph or shatter us into a million fragmented memories. The ancient secret loomed like a phantom on the edge of our consciousness, waiting, watching, an echo of the past, a promise of the future. And as we stepped into the shadows of the unknown, I realized we were not just seeking a treasure buried in the earth, we were searching for a truth buried deep within ourselves, one that would change us forever. I remember the feeling of dread and anticipation fused into one, the storm behind us, the shadows before us. I remember the weight of the moment, and as the land beckoned with its dark allure, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to awaken something that had lain dormant for too long, something that would test the very fabric of our souls. And I was terrified, and yet, irresistibly drawn, like a moth to a flame. The air crackled with tension, thick as fog, as Kima crouched behind a crumbling wall, her heart thundering like war drums in her chest. She could almost taste the fear, metallic and bitter, as soldiers marched past, their boots heavy with the weight of conquest. She could see the banners they carried, symbols of power, of bloodshed, each fluttering like a specter above them, mocking the lives they tore apart. "They think they're gods," she whispered, staring at the ground, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of the stone beneath her. "They think they can erase us." And yet, here she was, a whisper among the ghosts of her ancestors, their stories buried beneath the weight of history, yearning to rise again. She remembered her grandmother's tales, cloaked in the warmth of the hearth, the shadows dancing like memories. "We were once the sun," the old woman had said, her eyes gleaming like embers. "And now, we're but shadows." Each tale dripped with the marrow of loss, echoing in Kima's bones. Her heart ached, tangled in the roots of her civilization, grasping for the whispers of what once was. Across the plaza, beneath the towering ruins of a collapsing temple, stood Amir, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, his face twisted in anguish. He had once been the pride of his village, a voice of reason, a beacon of hope. Now, he was a ghost, haunted by the echoes of laughter that filled the square before the invaders arrived. The echoes had shifted, transformed into screams, and the vibrant colors of their culture bled into muted grays. He remembered the days when they danced under the stars, the world alive with possibility. "I should have fought harder," he muttered, staring at the dust swirling in the air like lost dreams. "They took everything, and I just stood there." His shame clawed at him, a relentless tide threatening to suffocate him. But Kima felt it too, that relentless pull, the weight of their shared despair. Interwoven destinies, stitched together by the threads of loss and longing. She peered through the cracks, her breath shallow, each inhale a battle against despair. In that moment, they were not just two souls lost amidst the chaos, they were the embodiment of a civilization fighting to breathe, to remember, to rise from the ashes. "We can't let them erase us," she called out suddenly, her voice cracking, but resolute. "We have to fight back." Amir turned, surprise flickering across his features, his eyes wide like the moon in a starless sky. "Fight? What can we do against an army? We're nothing but whispers." But there was a glimmer of something in his voice, an ember of determination flickering to life amidst the shadows. "We're everything," Kima insisted, desperation pouring from her words like rain. "We carry their stories, their dreams. We are the ghosts that refuse to fade." In the distance, the sun dipped lower, a fiery ball of vengeance against the horizon, bleeding colors that mirrored the chaos of their hearts. Kima felt alive, charged with the electric realization that they were not just victims of colonialism, they were the architects of their own narrative. Their voices could still echo through the ages, could still rip through the silence that threatened to smother them. As the soldiers marched closer, a cacophony of shouts and clanking armor, the air thickened with dread. Kima's pulse quickened, her chest heaving as she felt the weight of her ancestors pressing down on her, urging her forward. "We need to gather others," she urged, grabbing Amir's arm, her touch igniting a fire beneath his skin. "If we unite, we can resist. We can make them hear us." Voices rose like a symphony of defiance, whispers merging into a chant, an incantation, a call for solidarity. More souls emerged from the shadows, the people who had been silenced, their eyes glimmering with determination as they gathered around Kima and Amir. Each face told a story of loss, of grief, but within them burned the bright flicker of hope, a shared heartbeat echoing against the walls of despair. Together, Amir shouted, the conviction in his voice breaking through the veil of uncertainty. "We are stronger than they think." As the soldiers advanced, their armor gleaming menacingly, a storm brewed within the gathered crowd. Kima felt the air shift, charged with an energy that pulsed like a living thing, feeding off their anger, their sorrow. She gazed into the eyes of those around her, familiar yet foreign, their faces etched with pain yet brightened by a fierce rebellion. Time slowed, seconds stretching into eternity, as they collectively inhaled the weight of their heritage, the dreams of generations swelling like a tide ready to crash upon their oppressors. "Now!" Kima screamed, and the world erupted. The rhythm of footsteps, the clash of wills, the raw energy of their uprising surged through her, flowing like a river breaking free from its dam. Each heartbeat pulsed with the memories of their ancestors, a chorus of voices echoing through time, screaming a truth that could no longer be silenced. They fought not just for survival but for recognition. Their very existence a testament against the erasure that colonialism had wrought upon their civilizations. With every blow, every cry of defiance, Kima and Amir felt the power of their history coursing through them, a reminder that they were not alone in this fight. They were bound by stories, by dreams, by the weight of the past and the promise of the future. As the chaos enveloped them, time blurred, dreams intertwined with memories, and Kima knew, deep in her marrow, this was only the beginning. The fight for their souls had ignited a fire that would not burn out, a longing that would echo throughout the ages. In the shadows of that plaza, amidst the cacophony of resistance, she remembered her grandmother's voice again, soft yet strong, urging her forward. "We were once the sun," the old woman had said. "And we will be again." The clock strikes 11, a single chime reverberating through the stone corridors of a dimly lit workshop. Dust motes swirl in the fading light, dancing like phantoms summoned from the past. A figure crouches over a cluttered table, fingers trembling as they trace the outline of an ancient manuscript, the words inked in a script long abandoned by the world. In this moment, doubt clings to the air like a thick fog. The weight of centuries presses down, forcing the breath from his lungs. I remember when the stars looked like pinpricks of hope, he whispers, almost to himself, eyes glistening with memories that haunt him. When the sun was a god, not a ball of fire governed by laws. His name is Johannes, and he is consumed by the fire of curiosity, a relentless pursuit that has branded him both a heretic and a visionary in the eyes of those who cling to the iron chains of tradition. He knows too well the danger that surrounds him, yet the thrill keeps his heart racing, faster, deeper, until it aches with every beat. Across the room, a woman watches, her presence a flickering shadow. Her name is Ilara, and her heart bears the scars of grief and regret. You play with fire, Johannes. You can't escape the flames, she warns, biting back the fear that twists her insides. The fire has already consumed so much, her brother, her past, her dreams of a different life. Her voice trembles, echoing with the ghosts of what was and what might never be. Better to burn than to fade away, he responds, his voice a low growl, full of defiance and desperation. He looks at her, eyes ablaze with unquenchable ambition. Do you not feel it? The world is trembling, on the brink of something magnificent. But Ilara shakes her head, her hair cascading around her like a storm that refuses to settle. Magnificence comes at a cost, Johannes. The fires of knowledge can scorch the earth. She remembers the day the earth opened, the day the plague swept through their town like a predator hunting its prey. She remembers the bodies piled high in the streets, the scent of decay that lingered like a bitter memory. The ancient world was a tapestry woven with blood and sorrow, and she fears their quest for enlightenment may only deepen the wound. I remember the day I buried my brother, she continues, the words falling like stones from her lips. He was 9. No one could save him. Not the priests with their prayers, not the scholars with their books. What makes you think your knowledge can do any better? In that silence, an electric tension crackles between them, thick like smoke. The shadows flicker, dancing along the walls as if bearing witness to their conflict. Johannes straightens, the weight of his ambition binding him to this moment, a moment that could change everything, or shatter it all. What if I can? What if I can unravel the mysteries of the universe? I could save countless lives, Ilara. The ancient world is a cage, and you are but a man, she interrupts, her voice rising like a tempest. A man whose hands are stained with the hubris of the ancients. You think you can outsmart the cosmos? You think you can challenge the fates? The air grows thick, heavy with the tension of secrets unspooled, like threads unraveling from a tapestry. Johannes steps closer, his gaze piercing. What is a man if not the sum of his dreams? If I do not challenge the stars, what will we become? Shadows? Ghosts? Nothing more than the remnants of those who dared to dream. Outside, the wind howls, a mournful wail that sends shivers down Ilara's spine. She feels it, the pull of the unknown, the seductive whisper of possibilities waiting just beyond the veil. But with every breath, the past encroaches, a relentless tide threatening to drown her hope. Sometimes, dreams are a curse, she murmurs, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sometimes, they only lead to ruin. In that moment, across the space between them, the universe hangs suspended, a fragile thread woven with destiny. Johannes' heart beats loudly, thump, 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 like a war drum echoing in his ears. Ilara stands on a precipice, torn between the weight of reality and the dizzying allure of ambition. The clock ticks, each second a reminder of the choices that bind them. The ancient world looms like a specter, whispering warnings that curl around their souls. Do you think they will come for us? She asks, her voice reduced to a whisper, the dread pooling in her belly like poison. The scholars? The priests? The very fabric of our society? They'll call us traitors. They can call me what they wish, Johannes replies, fierce and unyielding. But I will shape the world, one truth at a time. And in that raw, unyielding moment, as the shadows loom and the clock counts down, the choice hangs heavy in the air, a choice that may ignite the flames of revolution or extinguish the light of ambition forever. The universe spins on, indifferent to their struggle, a cosmic dance of fate and free will that stretches far beyond their mortal grasp. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes from the hallway, the sound of boots pounding against stone, a chorus of voices rising like a dark tide. Ilara's heart races, fear wrapping its icy fingers around her throat. "They're here," she breathes, the words barely escaping her lips. Johannes takes a step back, eyes wide with fear and exhilaration. There's a wildness in him now, a flicker of mad brilliance that could either illuminate the way or lead them to ruin. "Then we must make our stand," he declares, fists clenched, voice echoing with defiance. The night is darkest before dawn. Together, they face the encroaching shadows, the specters of their own doubts and the looming threat of a world unyielding in its resolve. With breaths held, hearts pounding, they stand at the edge of history, caught between the fires of ambition and the icy grip of fear. The clock's hands continue to move, marking the seconds, the minutes, the heartbeat of a world on the brink of transformation. In this moment, they are not mere scholars, but warriors of thought, battling against the ancient ways that bind them. And as they prepare for the storm, the air crackles with potential, charged with the promise of upheaval, a revolution waiting to be born. The wind howled through the ragged trees, a haunting sound that echoed like a lost soul. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, the chill of the air refusing to let go. The village lay silent before me, shadows stretching long and thin, flickering in the dim glow of the dying sun. A sharp crack echoed, like a gunshot, slicing through the stillness. There it was again, the sound of something breaking, something sacred. I remember the elders' faces, lined with the weight of generations. They had warned us, their voices like gravel on steel, "The land is speaking, but are you listening?" Their eyes, dark pools of wisdom and sorrow, held stories of a time before time, when the earth breathed life into every corner of existence. But now, in this moment, I felt the fracture of their teachings, a dissonance that rang like a bell with no end. Kaya stood beside me, her hands trembling. I could see the fear etched into her brow, the way her lips pressed together, fighting against the words that wanted to spill out like a dam breaking. She was a storm contained, a spark waiting to ignite. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice barely cutting through the wind. I could feel her pulse, fast, erratic, a drumbeat of dread that thrummed in the air between us. I remember the day she first showed me the sacred grove. A hidden sanctuary where the whispers of the earth felt like a lover's breath against your skin. "This is our lifeblood," she had said, her fingers dancing over the leaves, brushing against the ancient bark. "These trees speak, they remember." But now, as the shadows deepened, those very whispers sounded like warnings. The clash of metal and the roar of engines shattered the quiet, an ugly intrusion. I could feel the ground shiver beneath my feet, like something ancient rising from its slumber, furious and alive. The machines were devouring the land, tearing at the roots of our history, our identity. I wanted to scream, to run, to shield the sacredness that had been entrusted to us, but fear held me like a vice. And then there was Nico, a young man caught in the limbo between tradition and ambition. He stood at the edge of the chaos, eyes wide, a mix of anger and confusion swirling within him. He wanted to protect the land, to honor the echoes of his ancestors, but he was also lured by the bright lights of the city, by promises of success, of wealth, of a future far from the shadows of the trees. "We can't stop progress," he had argued once, his voice rising above the whispers of the elders. "We can't live in the past." But the past was alive, a ghost that wrapped around us, begging not to be forgotten. "You don't understand, do you?" Kaya had shot back, her voice a whip of defiance. "Those trees hold our memory, our spirit. You can't just cut them down and pave over what we are." The tension between them crackled, an unspoken conflict that threatened to tear our small community apart. And then, silence. A breath held tight as we all turned toward the trees, as if they were about to reveal a secret that had been buried for centuries. The air grew thick with an electric charge, as if the very earth was holding its breath, waiting. I remember the moment the sky darkened, clouds swirling, pregnant with the weight of storm and fury. The wind picked up, shrieking through the leaves, a mad cacophony that felt like the world waking up in righteous rage. Nico stepped forward, eyes blazing, a warrior ready to defend his home. "This ends now," he shouted, voice rising above the din. "We fight for what is ours." Kaya's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist, a plea in her eyes. But at what cost, Nico? At what cost? The words hung heavy between them, a question with no easy answer. I felt something deep inside me tremble, not just for the land, but for the struggle within each of us. Time seemed to stretch, a taut wire pulled to its limit. I felt the pulse of history thrum beneath my feet, an unrelenting heartbeat that connected us to everything that had come before. The ghosts of our ancestors whispered through the trees, and I could almost see them, faces blurred and blended, eyes shining with the weight of wisdom. Remember us, they seemed to say, remember who you are. I wanted to scream, to tear through the silence that threatened to swallow us whole. I wanted to shake Nico awake, to make him see that the future he saw would be hollow without the roots of the past to anchor him. But my voice felt like a feather caught in a storm. And then, in that moment of stillness before the storm, I remembered the teachings of the elders. The land is our mind, our heart, our breath. Those words echoed, filling the space between us, igniting something deep within. The sound of the machines roared like a beast unleashed, angry and relentless. Kaya's grip tightened around my wrist, her eyes fierce, a reflection of the wildness that dwelled within her spirit. Together, she said, voice steady, we're stronger than they think. I could feel the swell of something rising, not just in me, but in all of us, an indomitable force forged from sorrow and joy, fear and hope. I remembered the stories of resilience, the way the earth had endured, how it always found a way to heal. As we prepared to stand against the encroaching darkness, the air crackled with the weight of our ancestors' dreams. I could feel their presence, a tapestry of courage weaving through us, binding our hearts as we faced the unknown. And there, in the heart of that tempest, as the storm broke overhead, I finally understood, this fight was not just about the land. It was about love, about legacy, about the echoes of laughter and struggle that defined us. The past would not be buried, it would rise again, fierce and unyielding, like the very trees that had sheltered us for generations. The winds howled, not just with fury, but with the voices of those who had come before, urging us to remember. And as we stepped into the chaos, I felt the weight of their dreams on my shoulders, a mantle passed down through time, an unbroken thread that would lead us forward, into the tempest, into the light. The silence was suffocating. It pressed against the walls of the excavation site, a heavy blanket of anticipation stifling every breath. I was hunched over, my hands trembling, not from the chill but from the weight of what lay beneath, centuries of history wrapped in the embrace of dirt and dust. The air was thick with the scent of earth, decay, and something else, something electric that made my spine tingle. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient souls, echoing through the stones, begging to be freed. And then, the sudden crack of a shovel hitting something solid. My heart raced as I pushed the earth aside, fingers clawing desperately at the remnants of a long-forgotten past. I wasn't just digging for artifacts, I was searching for redemption, for a connection to something greater than myself. The thrill of discovery coursed through me as I unearthed a shard of pottery, its surface etched with patterns that told stories I longed to decipher. But it wasn't just about the past, it was about my own tangled history, the ghosts that haunted my waking hours. In that moment, I felt him beside me, David, my mentor, a man whose brilliant mind had been my guiding star. He stood tall, shadows dancing across his brow, a mixture of excitement and fear etched on his weathered face. "Is it what I think?" he asked, his voice a low rumble, the spark of hope igniting a fire in his eyes. He had always been the pragmatist, tethered to reality, even as I soared high on dreams. But now, I saw the flicker of vulnerability. He was just as desperate to escape the shadows of his own regrets. I remember the nights David and I spent poring over dusty books, tracing the paths of civilizations long forgotten. Each page turned was a heartbeat, a rhythm that pulled us closer to a truth we hoped to uncover. But the truth was rarely a balm, it burned like acid, exposing our flaws, our fears. As I stared at the pottery, I felt the weight of those dreams pressing down, threatening to crush me beneath the burden of my own ambition. "Look," I whispered, pointing to the intricate designs, the swirling patterns hinting at a story lost to time. David bent closer, the shadows deepening in the hollows of his cheeks. "It's beautiful," he breathed, but I could hear the tremor in his voice, the flickering light of doubt. "What if it wasn't enough? What if this discovery didn't fill the gaping void within us?" A gust of wind swept through, chilling the air, stirring the dust and sending a shiver down my spine. I glanced around, the excavation site suddenly feeling like a graveyard of dreams, where hope and despair intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. I thought of Lena, my sister, so fragile yet fierce, her laughter echoing in my mind like a haunting melody. She had always been my anchor, but she'd slipped away, lost in the fog of her own struggles. I felt her absence like a phantom limb, the ache was raw, a reminder of everything left unspoken. "Do you think she would have loved this?" I asked, the words slipping out before I could stop them. David's gaze shifted, a flash of understanding sparking between us. "She would have been right here, uncovering stories with us," he said, his voice thick with unshed tears. It was a moment of connection, a bridge spanning the chasm of our grief. The ground beneath us trembled, or perhaps it was just the pulse of our own fear, the weight of the past pressing down. What if we unearthed something that shattered our fragile spirits? What if the ghosts we sought to connect with were not the ones we expected? I dug deeper, heart racing, clinging to the hope that this discovery might be the key to understanding not just the world that once was, but the world we were trying to build. Each stroke of the shovel felt like a heartbeat echoing through time, a rhythm that pulled me closer to something magnificent, something terrible. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the site, and when David pulled a larger fragment from the earth, its sharp edges gleamed ominously. "What is it?" I breathed, the air thick with an electric tension. He turned it over, revealing symbols etched with an artistry that sent chills down my spine. This was no ordinary artifact, it was a relic of power, a testament to human ambition and corruption. "What if this tells a story we're not ready to hear?" I whispered, the words heavy with dread. David's face paled, his hand trembling as he held the fragment, its beauty mingling with something darker, something that felt alive. We stood there, caught in a moment suspended in time, the weight of unspoken truths hanging between us like a shroud. "We have to understand this," he said finally, resolve igniting in his eyes. But in that resolve, I saw the flicker of fear. What if some secrets were meant to remain buried? What if our quest for understanding led us down a path where we could lose ourselves forever? As night fell, enveloping us in its inky embrace, I glanced around the site, the shadows twisting into shapes that felt all too familiar. The earth beneath was no longer just dirt, it felt like a living thing, breathing and pulsing, whispering secrets in the dark. I had always been drawn to the mysteries of the past, but now it felt like those mysteries were reaching out, beckoning us closer, daring us to uncover what lay hidden. And as I looked back at David, I could see his struggle mirrored in my own, the desire to be seen, to be understood, to connect not just with the world, but with each other. The clock was ticking, each second a reminder of our own fleeting existence, of the shadows that loomed ever closer. We were standing on the edge of something monumental, a precipice where the past and present collided, but beneath the thrill of discovery lay a darker truth. The more we uncovered, the more we risked losing ourselves to the shadows. And as the night deepened, I knew that whatever lay ahead would change everything. It would change us. As the stars emerged, scattered like the dreams we once dared to dream, I felt the weight of history pressing down, an echoing heartbeat that would not let us go. The clock struck midnight, its echo vibrating through the hollowed halls like the whispered breath of a ghost. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting and morphing, reminding me that history isn't a mere recounting of facts, it's a living, breathing entity, a ghost that haunts our present. I can still hear the heart-thumping silence that followed. The air thick with tension, it suffocated the truth, wrapping it in layers of bias and perspective, each one more suffocating than the last. I remember Clara, her green eyes reflecting the flicker of the candle as she paced, hands clasped tightly against her chest. The way her breath trembled gave away the storm churning within her. "They're rewriting it again," she whispered, voice hollow as if the weight of history had crushed her spirit. "How can they twist our lives like this?" Every word felt like a dagger, piercing not just the air but also the fragile fabric of our shared past. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that our stories, our truths, were more than ink on paper. They were blood, sweat, and tears, and the burden of time. Yet, my silence screamed louder than any words could. I was caught in the web of my own contradiction, a chronicler of events, yet a fabricator of emotions. I had my biases, too. It was easier to paint a world with broad strokes of my imagination than face the jagged edges of reality. Across the dimly lit room, Marcus stood with his back to us, staring out into the night. He had always been the skeptic, the one who questioned everything, even the very air we breathed. "You think they care about the truth?" he scoffed, his voice laced with a bitterness that curled like smoke in the dark. "History is a playground for those in power. It's a game, and we're just the pawns." His words hung heavy, as if they carried the weight of centuries, and I felt a chill creep up my spine. Clara turned to him, fury igniting her spirit. "Then what are we supposed to do? Just let them rewrite our stories? Our ancestors deserve better. We deserve better." Her fists clenched, knuckles white against the backdrop of her pale skin. I could see her resolve fracture beneath the pressure, and I wanted to scream at the injustice that twisted her heart into knots. The city outside lay silent and watchful, a tapestry of lost dreams and forgotten tales, reminding us that the past is never truly past. Each street corner held a memory, an echo of voices long gone. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had fought, loved, and lived fiercely only to be silenced by the unyielding march of time. They were ghosts now, trapped in the narratives of those who wielded the pen with power and malice. "Do you really believe it matters?" Marcus challenged, turning to face us. His eyes glinted with something raw and unyielding. "The victors write history, and we're just here, on the sidelines, gaping like fools." There was a desperation in his voice, a plea for validation that sent shivers skittering down my spine. I wanted to shout, to shake him and make him see that every story mattered, that every voice counted, even if it was drowned out by the clamor of the powerful. But how could I? I was just as complicit in this dance of shadows, a bystander clinging to the illusion of truth. The candle flickered, casting eerie distortions on the walls, reminding us that history is never stagnant, it shifts and bends like the shadows, influenced by the biases of those who tell it. Memories flickered like the flame, each one a fragment of a larger narrative. I remembered the stories passed down from my grandmother, how her laughter echoed through the years, mingling with tales of despair and resilience. "Even if they twist the truth, it doesn't erase the reality we lived," Clara said softly, her voice breaking through the tension like dawn piercing the night. "We are the keepers of our stories. They may try to erase us, but they can't erase what we felt." A moment of silence enveloped us, heavy with unspoken fears and hopes. Outside, the world held its breath, as if waiting for our next move. The night felt alive, thrumming with the pulse of history, each moment a chance to reclaim what was ours. But the confrontation loomed, the clash of our perspectives inevitable. Marcus, with his skepticism, Clara, with her fire, and me, the reluctant witness, caught in between. It felt as though the very cosmos was watching, judging our choices, each star a piercing reminder of the weight of our decisions. "Let them try to rewrite it," I finally spoke, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. "We will tell our own stories, in our own way. The truth is not just a collection of facts, it's the emotions, the experiences. It's everything that has ever touched our hearts." And in that moment, something shifted. The air crackled with a fierce energy, a promise that we would not be silenced. Clara's eyes sparkled, ignited by a flame of rebellion, while Marcus's skepticism melted away, replaced by the flicker of hope. But as we stood on the precipice of a new beginning, the weight of history pressed down on us like an anchor. What if our stories were never enough? What if the ghosts of our past whispered louder than our voices could ever shout? I could feel the tension swell around us, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder that time was both our enemy and our ally. The shadows lengthened, creeping closer, as if waiting for the moment to strike. And just like that, in the shadows of our shared experiences, we were faced with a choice: to succumb to the overwhelming tide of rewritten narratives or to fight back, to hold tight to our truths, however flawed and tangled they might be. At that moment, I knew, deep in my bones, that the confrontation was not just between us, but with the very essence of history itself. And as the night enveloped us, I understood that our stories would become entwined, a single thread in the vast tapestry of time, each heartbeat echoing through the ages, never to be forgotten. The fire crackled, its glow casting flickering shadows that danced on the rough stone walls, and in that moment, the air felt thick with everything unsaid, every truth and lie suspended in a haunting silence. The villagers gathered around, their faces illuminated by the orange blaze, eyes reflecting fears and hopes that had long been buried. Old Marin, her hands gnarled like the roots of ancient trees, began to speak. Her voice was a whisper at first, like the sigh of a long-forgotten ghost, trembling with the weight of legends. "I remember," she said, her gaze far away, lost in the echoes of a time that felt as real as the warmth of the fire. "I remember the night the river turned red." Little Gwen, her wide eyes shimmering with a mix of wonder and dread, leaned in closer. She was the embodiment of curiosity, always asking questions, chasing shadows. "What happened, Marin? Tell us." The urgency in her voice pierced through the stillness, drawing everyone nearer, their breaths hitching, hearts racing. Marin smiled, but it was a smile tinged with sorrow. It was a time of darkness, when the sun seemed to forget how to shine. Our men had gone to war, and the river ran thick with the blood of the fallen. Her voice quivered with a raw energy, pulling the villagers into the depth of her memory, a memory that felt as fresh as the night air around them. And in that blood, the stories began. Oh, the stories! They whispered of betrayal and honor, of love and loss. As if pulled by an unseen thread, the crowd leaned in closer. They were hungry for connection, for the stories that bound them, a tapestry woven from the threads of pain and joy. It was more than history, it was life itself, throbbing with vitality. But not everyone felt the same. In the back, a figure loomed, Tomlin, the blacksmith, his face shadowed with skepticism. He crossed his arms, the muscles taut beneath his worn leather apron. "What's the point of these tales, Marin? They're just stories. Nothing changes, and we're still left here, struggling to survive." His voice was a low growl, like thunder rumbling in the distance. Marin's heart sank. She saw the truth etched on his face, a deep-seated anger fueled by loss, by the burdens he carried alone. He had lost a brother to that war, a brother whose laughter once rang through the village like a sweet melody. "Tomlin, listen," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "These stories, they are our history. They remind us of who we are, of the choices we made and the paths we chose. Or of the paths we didn't," he shot back, bitterness seeping into each word. "Tell me, how does a story help me feed my family? How does it bring back the dead?" The tension crackled, sparking like the flames leaping in the hearth. Marin's eyes narrowed, but behind her anger lurked understanding. She understood the suffocating weight of despair, the longing for something tangible, something real. "You think they're just words? You think history is a burden?" Her tone shifted, softening like autumn leaves falling from their branches. "History is not a weight, it's a lantern. It lights our way, Tomlin. It tells us who we've been so we can choose who we want to be." The fire faltered, the shadows flickering like the doubts in their hearts. The villagers sat in a circle, caught in the storm of emotion. Gwen interjected, her youthful innocence cutting through the tension like a ray of sunlight. "But if history is a lantern, what happens when it goes out? What happens if we forget?" "I remember," Marin answered, her voice now a quiet storm. "I remember the stories that hold us together, the tales of our ancestors who faced down giants, who survived plagues and hunger, who fell in love under the stars. Each word, each breath is a thread that ties us to our past, a reminder that we are not alone." The fire crackled louder, a heartbeat of its own, and the weight of Marin's words hung in the air, thick and palpable. As she spoke, their surroundings faded, the village, the hardships, the relentless march of time, until all that existed were the echoes of their shared history, a chorus of voices rising and falling like the tide. Tomlin stood on the precipice of understanding, his arms uncrossing slightly, his brow furrowing as he wrestled with the shadows of doubt. "But how can we trust these stories? How can we know they're true?" Marin leaned closer, her eyes glimmering with fierce determination. "Truth is not a straight line, Tomlin. It twists and turns like the river itself. Your truth may not match mine, but that doesn't make either one less valid. Each story is a piece of the puzzle, a reflection of our fears, our dreams, our humanity. Gwen's small hand reached out, touching Tom Lynn's arm as if to bridge the gap between hurt and hope. "Will you tell us a story, Tom Lynn? One about your brother? Something that will keep him alive even if he's gone." The weight of the moment hung like an unspoken prayer, suspended in the air between them. Tom Lynn's face softened, the edges of his anger fraying like an old rope. I remember," he began, and the villagers leaned further in, their hearts beating in sync, holding their breaths, waiting for the truth to spill forth. And then the night unfolded, the stories, the laughter, the tears, the echoes of lives lived and lost, intertwining like the roots of a great tree. Each tale a gust of wind in an invisible storm, the past swirling around them, breathing life into their present. The fire waned, but the stories burned brighter, illuminating the shadows of their existence. Time became fluid, a river where moments flowed into one another, weaving a tapestry that was both fragile and unbreakable. I remember, the voices rose, a crescendo of shared memories, a reminder that while the world outside was dark, within their hearts, they carried the light of those who came before them. And as the night deepened, the villagers knew, this was not just a telling, it was the very essence of who they were. Each heartbeat resonated with the weight of their shared history, a lineage of survival, heartbreak, laughter, and resilience. The stories would not end, they would live on, transforming each soul, binding them together in the vast expanse of time. The fire's glow flickered, but it would never die, for in every whispered tale lived the promise of tomorrow and the haunting echo of yesterday, eternally intertwined. The sun hung low in the sky, a blood-red orb clinging to the horizon like a dying ember, the air thick with the metallic scent of impending doom. I could hear the distant clash of metal on metal, a sickening rhythm that suffocated every thought, every breath. Alizia crouched beside me, her knuckles white as she gripped her sword, trembling with a mix of fear and fury. Her eyes, usually so bright, were clouded with doubt. "Do you think we'll make it?" she whispered, her voice barely cutting through the din of chaos surrounding us. I didn't answer. What could I say? The weight of the moment pressed against my chest like a boulder. I remember the day I promised to protect her, the flame of our youthful hopes igniting against the backdrop of a world torn asunder by war. Now, that promise felt like a noose tightening around my throat as I watched the shadows of our enemies loom closer. Shadows that were once distant, mere phantoms of fear, had morphed into flesh and blood, and they were hungry. Tobias was at the front, a whirlwind of rage and desperation, his battle cry echoing through the air like a dirge. I remember laughing with him once, a shared joke about the absurdity of our lives, how we were children playing at war, armed with steel and dreams. But the laughter was gone now, replaced by the horrific cacophony of screams and the gurgle of blood spilling onto the earth, the ground drinking in the life force of the brave and the foolish alike. "Alizia!" I shouted, but the words felt hollow, lost in the chaos. She flinched, and for a brief moment, I saw the little girl she once was, hiding behind her mother's skirts, a smile bright and innocent against a world of uncertainty. "Stay close," I ordered, and she nodded, a spark of resolve igniting in her eyes, even as uncertainty clawed at her heart. The battlefield stretched before us, a tapestry of anguish and valor, where strategy and raw emotion collided violently. I remember reading about the strategies of the ancients, how they maneuvered their armies like pieces on a chessboard, each move a calculated risk. But here, amidst the cacophony, there was no strategy, only primal instinct battling against the fear that threatened to paralyze us. The ground trembled underfoot, a promise of bloodshed and glory, and I felt the pulse of history thrumming through me. I imagined the legions of old, marching with purpose, shields raised, banners billowing, their resolve unwavering. What dreams of conquest had fueled their hearts? What fears had kept them awake at night? There were no answers to be found in the thick fog of battle, only the realization that war, in its rawest form, was a grotesque dance of life and death. I caught a glimpse of Tobias, a shadow against the flames, his sword slicing through the air with a precision born of desperation. He was fighting not just for victory but for the ghosts of his family, those lost to the ravages of this relentless tide. I remembered too well the haunted look in his eyes when he spoke of his brother, his voice a whisper laced with sorrow. "I'll make them pay," he had vowed, and now, amidst the chaos, I could see the truth of that promise reflected in his every strike. But with every swing, I feared the toll it took on his soul. The more he fought, the more his humanity slipped away, like sand through his fingers. I wondered if he could feel it too, the slow, gnawing emptiness that encroached upon him, turning him into a vessel of violence and retribution. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the brink, but I was paralyzed by a fear of my own. What if I lost him? What if I lost them both? The air thickened with smoke, and suddenly, the ethereal glow of the sun vanished, swallowed by the gathering storm of night. It felt like a cruel joke, the daylight fleeing from the horrors we faced, leaving behind only the flickering light of torches, each flame a mockery of hope against the encroaching darkness. Every heartbeat reverberated with the weight of mortality, the knowledge that one misstep could send us tumbling into oblivion. "Push forward!" Tobias shouted, a battle cry that echoed in his throat like a death knell. He charged, the fury of 1,000 storms behind him, and I saw him cut through the enemy ranks, a tempest of blood and fury. Each swing of his sword was a prayer, a plea for redemption, a release from the shackles of grief. But as I followed in his wake, I could feel the shadows of doubt creeping in, whispering insidious thoughts. Was this truly who we had become? Was this the legacy we were forging in this crucible of suffering? Together? I screamed, my voice rising above the din. Alizia's gaze met mine, and in that fleeting moment, a spark ignited between us, a silent agreement that we would not let fear consume us. We were fragile, imperfect, but there was beauty in that vulnerability, a rawness that made our bond unbreakable. I remembered how we had once spun stories of grandeur around campfires, our laughter mingling with the stars, our dreams of heroism unfurling like blossoms in spring. Now, those dreams felt like ghosts, haunting us as we faced the reality of shattered lives. The clash of weapons crescendoed, and I felt the surge of adrenaline wash over me, mingling with the fear that clawed at my insides. I channeled that energy, each swing of my sword a desperate defiance against the encroaching darkness. With every blow, I fought not just against the enemy but against the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. And then, in a heartbeat, it all changed. Alizia stumbled, a gasp escaping her lips, and the world froze around us. Time stretched, the air thick with dread as I turned to her, fear coiling in my gut. "No!" I screamed, the word a raw, visceral cry that echoed through the battlefield. I rushed to her side, but the chaos blurred around me, shadows dancing with the light of dying torches, the screams of the wounded rising like a haunting chorus. In that moment, the strategy, the ancient wisdom of tactics and maneuvers, faded into the background. It no longer mattered how many formations we had studied, how many battles we had rehearsed in our minds. All that existed was the heartbeat of terror and the raw, unyielding love that surged within me, a love that demanded to be defended at any cost. And then, just as the darkness threatened to envelop us, I remembered, this was not just a battle of swords and shields, it was a war for our souls. As Alizia gripped my hand, her warmth radiating through the cold terror, I realized that amidst the chaos and the carnage, there was a flicker of light, the hope that whispered to us, urging us onward, no matter the cost. The battlefield became a canvas of our emotions, each clash a stroke of fury, each scream a brush with despair. We were not just warriors, we were reflections of a world teetering on the edge, and in that moment, every breath we took became an act of defiance against the shadows that sought to claim us. The fight wasn't over, it had only just begun. I remember the moment when the earth trembled beneath our feet, a warning bell tolling through the air, thick with the scent of smoke and despair. In the distance, the mountains loomed, silent sentinels, their jagged peaks cutting into the bruised sky. They had stood there for centuries, indifferent to the chaos unfolding below. But here, in the valley, everything was alive, crackling with urgency. The townsfolk scattered, their faces pale, hearts racing, as the ground quaked again, a vicious reminder of our fragile existence. Mara, her dark hair whipping wildly around her face, dashed through the narrow streets, her breath coming in jagged gasps. She was born of this land, a tapestry woven from its soil, yet the mountains whispered secrets she could never fully understand. "Get to higher ground," she shouted, her voice cracking like splintering wood. The urgency in her tone cut through the din like a knife. memories of laughter and sun-soaked days danced in her mind, now tainted by the fear gripping her heart. She fought against it, the weight of anxiety pressing down like a physical force. Then there was Jonah, rooted to the cobbled street, eyes wide, absorbing the chaos around him. He had always been the town's steady heart, the rock upon which others leaned. But today, he felt like salt in an open wound, raw and exposed. The geology of his existence was shifting, a landslide of doubt and terror threatening to bury him alive. Mara, he called, but the name turned to ash in his mouth as the tremors swallowed his voice, their power overwhelming. He was a man anchored by history, yet the very earth was pulling him into a void. The mountains, they were alive with memories of civilizations that had risen and fallen, and Jonah felt the weight of that history pressing down, suffocating. I remember how the shadows danced along the walls of the ancient buildings, dilapidated structures that had witnessed so many lives, so many dreams. They stood like ghosts, their windows darkened, mourning the passage of time. What are we without our roots? Jonah whispered, the question hanging in the air like a fog. He had often thought about the connection between geography and civilization, how the rivers carved paths for dreams, how the mountains cradled secrets. Now, he felt those very questions gnawing at him, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. The valley, once a cradle of community and laughter, felt like a prison. Mara stopped running, her chest heaving, eyes scanning the chaos that had once been home. I remember the festivals, she murmured, her voice a fragile echo of joy. The way the lanterns lit the night, how laughter echoed off the hills. But laughter seemed like a distant memory, a cruel joke spun by time. She could almost see the ghost of the past hovering above her, taunting her as the earth rumbled again, a sinister reminder of nature's wrath. But there was more. The whispers of the mountains, the tales etched in stone, told of civilizations that flourished, then crumbled, their legacies buried under layers of earth and time. Everything is fleeting, Jonah thought, a cold shiver running down his spine. Each quake felt like a punctuation mark, the finality of existence drumming against his chest. How many people had stood where they stood, consumed by the same questions, the same fears? History had a way of folding onto itself, stories repeating in a tragic loop. Mara turned, eyes fierce with determination. "We can't let fear win," she said, her voice steadying. It was a declaration, a small flame igniting in the shadow of despair. A moment of clarity washed over her, a realization of the resilience bred into the very soil of this valley they called home. We are the descendants of those who fought to carve life from this land. We won't be silenced. But the mountains, silent and stoic, bore witness to their plight, their indifference a chilling reminder of nature's unyielding grip. The ground shook again, a violent roar that echoed through the valley, and Jonah felt himself drawn to the edge of the precipice. Was it madness or bravery that whispered in his ear? The question danced like a moth around a flame, dangerous, intoxicating. What if we are meant to fall, he thought, the fear twisting like a blade in his gut. The mountains had cradled civilizations, yet they had also swallowed them whole. He wanted to scream, to unleash the torrent of emotions battling within him, but silence shrouded him like a shroud, a heavy curtain pulled tight against the chaos. Mara grabbed his arm, her grip fierce, anchoring him to the moment. "We are not just products of this geography," she insisted, her gaze piercing, "we have the power to change it." The fervor in her voice ignited something deep within him, a flicker of hope that intertwined with the dread clawing at his heart. The mountains may have shaped their fate, but they were not powerless pawns in a game of chaos. They were alive, breathing, and perhaps, just perhaps, they could carve new paths. In that heartbeat of clarity, as the world unraveled around them, they stood together, two flawed souls, intricately woven into the fabric of a land that was both a cradle and a crypt. The past loomed large, a shadow casting a pall over the future, yet within that darkness lay the spark of possibility. They took a step forward, a collective breath against the tide of history that sought to drown them. And just like that, the ground quaked again, a low rumble, a reminder that time was not a linear path, but a swirling cycle of hope and despair. They felt the heartbeat of the valley resonate within them, a rhythmic pulse that echoed through their veins, a call to rise, to confront the ghosts of their past. They would not be mere echoes lost to the mountains. They would carve their story into the very earth, an indelible mark against the passage of time. And as they stood on the precipice of change, the air charged with tension and possibility, they knew this was only the beginning. The mountains could shift, the geography could change, but the essence of civilization, their fierce, unyielding spirit, would transcend it all. They would rise, or they would crumble. But this moment, right here, right now, would shape the story that was yet to unfold, an endless loop of emotion and tension, echoing through the ages. The clock struck midnight, each chime like a heartbeat echoing through the dimly lit chamber. Shadows danced across the stone walls, flickering in the wavering candlelight that cast a spectral glow on the gathered figures, men cloaked in the heavy fabric of authority, their faces illuminated not just by the flame but by the fervor of divine purpose. I stood there, heart racing, caught between reverence and dread, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and the whispering ghosts of promises long since broken. I remember the moment he entered, Archbishop Bernard, his eyes gleaming with fervor that sent shivers down my spine. He was a titan of zeal, a puppet master pulling the strings of faith, his voice resonating like thunder as he proclaimed the will of God. "We must cleanse the earth," he shouted, his words a tempest, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. "They are the infidels, and we are the chosen." My breath caught in my throat. How easily the fervor of belief spiraled into madness, how swiftly the sacred became a weapon. Beside me stood Elena, her hands trembling, a woman of quiet strength wrapped in a cocoon of uncertainty. She had once been a fervent believer, her faith a shield against the chaos of the world. But now, doubt hung heavy around her, like the burdensome cloak she wore. I could see her heart wrestling with the weight of tradition and the gnawing fear that perhaps, just perhaps, the scriptures were not the unshakable foundation she had once believed. I wanted to reach out to her, to bridge the chasm of doubt that yawned between us, but the words caught in my throat, heavy like stones. "Do you believe?" I whispered, the question barely escaping my lips, drowning in the tumult of voices rising and falling around us. She looked at me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and shook her head. "I want to," she replied, "but faith should not demand blood." Her voice trembled, a fragile thread woven through the roaring storm around us. The tension crackled, an electric charge throbbing through the crowd, each heartbeat synchronized with the pulse of 1,000 hymns. Then there was Marcus, a soldier with a heart that had once beat for glory, now hardened and weary. I watched him as he leaned against the stone wall, the very embodiment of conflict. The ideals of valor and sacrifice that had once inspired him now tasted bitter, like ash in his mouth. He flicked through memories, the laughter around campfires, dreams of a noble cause, but now, those dreams lay shattered under the weight of blood-stained hands. "We are not saviors," I heard him murmur, almost to himself, "we are monsters dressed in divine robes." The air thickened with tension as Bernard's voice rose to a fever pitch, urging the crowd toward war, toward vengeance. "God is with us," he bellowed, fervor lacing his every word, igniting a fire that twisted hope into hatred. I felt my chest tighten, the walls closing in. How could religion, with its promises of love and redemption, become a harbinger of destruction? The faces of the people around me morphed into a grotesque tapestry of zeal, conviction, and fear. I remembered the stories, the tales of saints and sinners, of bloodshed in the name of faith. The irony was thick, like smoke that choked the air, each word hovering like a specter of past horrors. "We fight for truth," cried one man, his voice raw with emotion, tears streaking his dirt-stained cheeks. I wanted to scream that truth was not a sword but a mirror, reflecting our darkest fears back at us. Elena's eyes locked on mine, desperation echoing in their depths. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice a soft plea in the cacophony of righteous fury. I reached out, grasping her hand, the warmth of her skin grounding me amidst the chaos. "We hold on," I said, my voice barely a thread in the storm. "We hold on to the light, to each other. We have to believe that love can prevail." But as the night wore on, the air grew heavy with anticipation, thick with the electric charge of imminent conflict. I could feel it, the weight of choices unmade and destinies intertwined. The clock ticked on, relentless and unforgiving, each second a reminder that time was running out, that faith could either save us or damn us. Bernard's voice rang out once more, drowning the last vestiges of doubt. "Tomorrow, we march," he declared, and the crowd erupted, a wave of fervent devotion crashing against the walls of reason. I felt the tremors beneath my feet, the ground shaking with the fervor of the masses, and I knew, deep in my bones, that this was not just a battle of arms but a war of souls, a clash fueled by faith, a fight for the very essence of who we were. As the session ended, I glanced at Marcus, his face a mask of conflict. "Will you fight?" I asked, but he only shook his head slowly, the fire of conviction dimming in his eyes. "I don't know anymore. I'm afraid of what we're becoming." His words hung in the air, a chilling reminder that the line between faith and fanaticism was perilously thin. Elena squeezed my hand tighter, her fear palpable, a silent scream echoing through the cacophony of fervent cries. I felt the weight of the world pressing down on us, the suffocating reality that our beliefs, once a sanctuary, now felt like a tempest tearing through the fabric of our lives. The night deepened, shadows creeping closer as if to devour us whole. The confrontation was inevitable, but tomorrow was a haunting unknown, each heartbeat a reminder that the choices we made tonight could alter the course of our lives forever. I closed my eyes, a prayer lingering on my lips, not to the divine but to the fragile hope that love could rise from the ashes of despair. Yet, deep down, I feared we were already too far gone, teetering on the edge of a precipice with no way back. Time slipped by, relentless and indifferent, and as the candle's flame flickered one last time, I realized with a jolt that this was but a prelude, a dark and twisted overture to a symphony of chaos that awaited us at dawn. The walls trembled as the first echoes of chaos cascaded through the narrow streets, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear. I stood, heart pounding, before the majestic cathedral, a towering relic of stone and shadow, its spires clawing at the bruised sky. My hands trembled, gripping the chilled iron railing, a futile attempt to anchor my spiraling thoughts. I closed my eyes and remembered, every heartbeat a whisper, every breath a reminder of what it meant to be alive in this moment of upheaval. I remember Lila, her laughter like sunlight dappling through autumn leaves, now silenced by the clamor of war. A painter, she captured the world with a brush dipped in her dreams. "Art is truth," she'd say, her blue eyes sparkling with defiance. "It's the soul scream when words fail." But now, as shadows flickered across the cobblestones, her truth felt like a distant echo, a haunting memory slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. The ground quaked under the weight of history, of voices that rose and fell like the tide. I remember Marcus, my brother, a sculptor whose chiseled hands forged beauty from despair. "The world is a canvas," he would insist, creating figures of hope from the ashes of broken dreams. But the fires of conflict raged, consuming all his aspirations, and as I gazed up at the cathedral's ornate facade, I felt his anguish seep into the very stones. Would his art survive this storm, or would it be reduced to mere ruins, a ghost of what once was? The air crackled with tension, the clamor of boots marching, the clang of metal on metal. I could hear the battle cries, a cacophony that filled the void where laughter used to dwell. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, a heavy cloak of despair wrapped around my shoulders. In the heart of the storm, I clung to memories like lifebuoys, each one a flickering flame against the encroaching darkness. "Remember, Lila, remember," I whispered into the chaos, but the sound was swallowed whole by the night. The cathedral loomed larger, an eternal guardian, its arches reaching toward the heavens like desperate prayers. Each stone carved with the stories of lives lived and lost, a testament to resilience. I imagined the hands that laid each brick, the architects who poured their souls into designs that would outlast them, their artistry echoing through time. But the truth is, art is a double-edged sword, it can both ignite revolutions and soothe shattered hearts. I remember the faces, the portraits Lila painted, each one a window into the human soul, flaws and all. She always believed that if you looked closely, you could see the pain mingling with joy, the light woven into the darkness. I wanted to believe that too, but as the shadows crept closer, doubt gnawed at my heart. Then, amidst the chaos, I saw them. A small band of rebels, faces illuminated by flickering torchlight, marching toward the cathedral. Their determination hardened the air, electrifying it with frantic energy. I recognized the familiar steel glint in Marcus's eyes. He was at the forefront, his fists clenched, his sculptor's heart beating like a war drum. I felt the pull of my brother's spirit, his passion igniting something deep within me. Could art be a weapon? Could beauty rise from the ashes of destruction? I remember the day we discovered our mother's old sketchbook tucked away in the attic, fragile pages yellowed with time. Inside, her dreams danced on paper, the intricacies of the human form, the elegance of a flower, the fierce beauty of a storm. Art is how we fight back, she had whispered, her voice a fragile thread woven into the fabric of our lives. We'd laughed then, but now, standing in the shadow of the cathedral, her words echoed louder than ever. The rebels reached the cathedral steps, each footfall a heartbeat, and I felt the pulse of history beneath my feet. They raised their voices, a chorus that swelled like the tide. I could see Lila's paintings in their eyes, vibrant colors igniting the darkness around them. Art is our armor, shouted one of them, and the words struck like a lightning bolt, igniting a fire deep within me. I remember the moment I decided to join them, my heart racing, the weight of my decision heavy and exhilarating. I stepped forward, the ground solid beneath me, my determination eclipsing my fear. Together, we would storm the gates of oppression, armed with brushes and chisels, with hope and unwavering resolve. The cathedral, a witness to centuries of strife, stood as our beacon, its stones vibrating with the energy of all those who had come before us. As we surged forward, I caught glimpses of Lila's art, her portrait swirling in the air like phantoms, each a reminder of the humanity we fought for. I felt her spirit entwined with our own, a tapestry of dreams stretched across the fabric of time. And in that moment, the chaos outside faded, replaced by something far more profound, a sense of belonging, of purpose. But then, as if summoned by the collective heartbeat of our resolve, a shadow fell over us. The sound of horns blared, a signal of the approaching forces of tyranny. The air thickened, a shroud of fear enveloping us. My heart raced, a wild stallion galloping toward destiny. I glanced at Marcus, his jaw set, determination etched into every line of his face. He was ready to carve our future from the stone of the past. Together, he shouted, his voice cutting through the thickening tension. It echoed against the cathedral's walls, reverberating with the weight of history, of sacrifice, of the very essence of art and architecture that had shaped our lives. I felt the swell of emotion, a wave crashing against the shores of despair. Art, our weapon, our shield. The heartbeat of history coursing through our veins. In that moment, we weren't just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the legacy of dreams, for the ability to create and to love, even in the face of annihilation. I glanced back at the cathedral, its towering spires silhouetted against the darkening sky, a reminder of our place in this grand tapestry of existence. Would we rise as creators, or fall as mere memories? A question that lingered like smoke in the air, a haunting echo of what was to come. The clash of swords and the cries of the heart converged in a symphony of chaos, as art and architecture stood as both the backdrop and the battleground of our souls. And as the night thickened around us, I knew this was only the beginning, an endless loop of creation and destruction, of fear and hope, forever intertwined within the heart of humanity. The clock struck midnight, a ghostly toll echoing through a desolate street, and I felt it in my bones. The air was electric, tinged with the scent of rain-soaked asphalt and secrets buried too deep to surface. Shadows flickered from the dimly lit lampposts, casting long fingers into the night, fingers that reached for me, beckoning me closer, deeper into the heart of the darkness. I could hear the urgent whispers of the past swirling around me, a cacophony of voices desperate to be heard, and at the center of it all stood three souls, each tethered to the others by threads of pain and longing, stitched together by the fragile fabric of their shared secrets. Ava stood with her back against the cold brick wall, her breath hitching in her throat. She was nothing but a silhouette in the moonlight, but I could feel her fear vibrating in the silence. "He found it," she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, choking on the weight of truth, each syllable loaded with regret. She pressed her fingers to her temples, as if trying to erase the image, the note, the ink, the blood. Her eyes darted, wide with terror, searching the shadows as if they might swallow her whole. "Did you tell him?" Jack's voice sliced through the night, raw and unsteady. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, trembling with a barely contained rage. Every part of him screamed to protect, to fight against the darkness that threatened to consume them all. He was a tempest wrapped in flesh, a heart on fire, but anger alone couldn't shield him from the truth that loomed like a specter between them. "Tell him?" Ava snapped back, her voice sharp enough to cut, but the desperation flickered beneath. What was I supposed to say? Hey, by the way, I've been hiding this ancient letter that could destroy your family for centuries. I remember the fleeting glance exchanged between them, an unspoken language wrought with pain and betrayal. The echoes of past choices reverberated, haunting them like restless spirits caught between worlds, while the specter of a letter, filled with codes and hidden messages, loomed large. You should have warned me, Jack hissed through clenched teeth, his voice trembling like the leaves in the wind, filled with a desperate longing for clarity amid the chaos. Warning you was the last thing on my mind when, she faltered, the weight of her own guilt crashing against her like a tidal wave. When I was trying to survive. Silence enveloped them once more, thick and suffocating, a silence that pressed against my chest, urging me to intervene, to scream, to acknowledge the truth festering in the shadows. I remembered moments lost to time, their laughter under the rain, the warmth of their hands brushing, the late-night conversations that danced on the edge of vulnerability. But now? Now, the air crackled with the electricity of unspoken words, messages lost across the ages. Listen, Jack said, his voice suddenly low, almost reverent. We can't let it fall into the wrong hands. Not again. He took a step closer, his breath mingling with the oppressive weight of the night, and I could see the desperation in his eyes, a flicker of hope buried under the ruins of fear. We need to decode it before it's too late. I don't know how, Ava admitted, her voice breaking into fragments, splintering under the pressure of unrelenting memories. It was never supposed to be like this. Her hands trembled, and the heaviness in her heart settled deep in her bones. It was a warning, Jack. A warning meant for you. Then we'll find a way, he said, determination igniting like a wildfire in his chest. I won't let it slip away. Not this time. His eyes were wide, filled with a chaotic blend of hope and despair, as if they were searching for something that had long been lost, something like trust, or love, or the fragile threads of their once unbreakable bond. I could feel the tension rising, thickening the air, as they circled each other like predators in the night, hearts pounding in sync with the ticking clock. The weight of their shared history hung, heavy and tangible, a suffocating fog that obscured their vision. They were trapped in a moment of desperation, fear clawing at their throats like a beast eager to devour them. What if, Ava's voice broke through the silence, her eyes wide with the possibility that lingered in the air. What if we used the cipher? The one they buried? The one that's been hidden for centuries. It's the only way to reverse the curse. Then we'll have to pay the price, Jack replied, each word laced with a quiet conviction that both terrified and exhilarated me. There was something beautiful, yet haunting about their willingness to confront the worst of themselves, to dance with shadows that threatened to consume everything they held dear. And then I saw it, the flicker of understanding deep in Ava's eyes, a spark igniting a forgotten flame. The cipher, the message, the haunting echo of a past that refused to die. It was a dark promise wrapped in uncertainty, a secret that could bridge centuries yet could also sever them forever. Time hung heavy around us, an unwelcome companion whispering bitter truths and forgotten dreams. I wanted to scream, I remember the dreams we shared, the promises whispered in the dark. But I was only an observer, tethered to their raw humanity, feeling their pain ripple through the air like a haunting melody. And in that moment, the darkness loomed larger, a gaping more threatening to swallow them whole, yet they held onto each other with both desperation and determination. The city around them pulsed with life, unaware of the ghosts haunting their every step, the messages whispered through the ages, secrets begging to be unveiled. The clock continued to tick, the echoes of the past intertwining with their present, their hearts racing against the tempo of time, tangled in a web of codes and messages that could either heal or destroy. They stood at the precipice, staring into the abyss, and I felt their fear, their heartbreak, the weight of choices made and unmade. As they edged closer to the unknown, the night thickened, shadows deepening around them like a shroud, drawing them in. They were on the brink of something monumental, and I knew that whatever lay ahead would change everything. The whispers of the cosmos tangled with their fate, weaving a tapestry filled with echoes of love, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of truth. And as they took the first step into the darkness, I could only hold my breath, heart racing, waiting to see what would emerge from the depths of time, a revelation, a confrontation, a bittersweet reunion. The sky churned with intensity, the stars flickering like distant memories, each a reminder that communication spans beyond mere words, into the very essence of existence itself. The air was thick, stifling, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. Under the flickering street lamp, shadows danced like phantoms, wrapping around abandoned buildings, their walls bleached pale by the desperate glow of the moon. I stood there, heart racing, eyes darting, a hollow ache gnawing at my insides. I remember the moment Sarah screamed, a sound torn from the depths of despair, as if every pain she had ever felt erupted in a single cry. The night vibrated with it, echoing in the alleys and ricocheting off the crumbling brick. "Run," she shouted, her voice raw with terror, as if she could outrun the ghosts that haunted us. Behind us, the chaos broke loose, a violent clash of metal, the guttural roars of men fighting like wild beasts, the clanging of swords like thunder in the night. I could still feel the warmth of the blood on my hands, slick and red, as I turned to her, fear painted across my face. "Do you remember when we thought we could change the world?" I gasped, memories flooding my mind, moments we shared while dreaming under the vast, indifferent sky. Those nights were filled with laughter, ambition, and the intoxicating scent of possibility. But now? Now, the world was a fractured mirror, and we were lost in its shards, pieces of ourselves scattered, sharp edges glinting in the dark. "I remember," she whispered, a flicker of the past igniting in her eyes. But it was fleeting, like a candle flickering against the encroaching darkness. "But what have we become?" I couldn't answer. I just grasped her hand tighter, the pulse of her fear matching my own. To be alive in this moment was both extraordinary and unbearable, a contradiction we were forced to navigate. The city, once our playground, felt like a trap, the walls closing in, the weight of history pressing down on us. Shadows whispered tales of ancient civilizations crumbling under the weight of their own hubris, of dreams forged in fire only to be snuffed out by the cold embrace of reality. In the distance, I caught a glimpse of Lucas, his figure a silhouette against the chaos, his eyes wild, flickering with a desperation that was both familiar and foreign. We had once shared a bond over the stories of heroes and tyrants, of empires that rose and fell on the backs of those too naive to know better. But now, Lucas was a mere shadow of the man he could have been, driven by something darker, a thirst for vengeance that had twisted his heart into a knot of hatred. "Lucas!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the cacophony around us. He didn't turn, he was lost in a storm of his own making. I felt the weight of his pain, the bitter taste of betrayal thick in the air. How swiftly the world could turn friends into foes, allies into adversaries, love into something corrosive. "Why can't he see?" Sarah murmured, her eyes glistening with the sheen of unshed tears. "Why can't he remember who we are?" Time felt elastic, stretching and contracting in a dizzying dance. Every second pulsed with the potential for devastation, a reality that felt more surreal than any nightmare. I thought of the moments we had lived for, the laughter and dreams, juxtaposed against this hell we were now ensnared in. "Maybe we forgot," I said, my voice barely a whisper, the words slipping through my fingers like sand. "Maybe we forgot that love can be a weapon too." Suddenly, the clash of metal drew closer, the intensity surged, and I could taste the coppery tang of fear in the air. My heart raced, each beat a drum echoing the chaos, while shadows crept closer, creeping into the corners of my mind. I felt the ghosts of the past wrapping around me, urging me to remember, remember, remember. I closed my eyes for a moment, and visions rushed forth, of laughter around a campfire, of late-night confessions, of dreams shared under a star-studded sky. I could see Sarah's smile, bright and unyielding, a lighthouse in a storm. I could taste Lucas's fervor, the way he believed so fiercely in justice that he sometimes lost sight of love. But there, amidst the memories, stood the specter of regret, an insatiable creature that fed on our failures and fears. It whispered darkly, reminding me of the lives we had led, the ties we had severed in pursuit of something greater. I remembered the whispers of history, that it was a relentless tide, carrying both the weight of sorrow and the light of hope. "Sarah," I urged, my voice breaking through the haze of memory. "We can't let them take us." "Not like this." She nodded, blinking away the tears that threatened to spill, her resolve igniting like a flame against the darkness. Together, she breathed, and in that single word, I felt the weight of every promise we had ever made. The thundering of footsteps grew nearer, the shadows morphing into figures, and I knew this moment would mark us forever, a pivotal intersection of our lives, where love and hate collided in a chaotic swirl. As I turned to face the approaching storm, my breath caught in my throat. Lucas was charging toward us, rage etched into his features, a predator locked onto his prey. The tension in the air shimmered, a taut wire ready to snap. "Lucas!" I shouted again, desperate to reach the boy I once knew, the dreams we had shared swirling into a tempest around us. "This isn't who you are." But my words fell flat, swallowed by the tempest of his fury. I could see the ghosts of our past swirling around him, taunting him with the weight of memories he had chosen to cast aside. In this bleak landscape, where hope felt like a distant star, I clung to the fragile thread of love that bound us. The intensity surged, each heartbeat a promise, each breath a silent prayer. The world had spun out of control, yet here, in this fractured moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down, reminding us that we were all linked, that our struggles were not ours alone. The confrontation loomed, a storm brewing on the horizon, an unavoidable clash of past, present, and future. The echoes of our choices reverberated through time, intertwining our fates in a tapestry woven with both despair and resilience. And then, in that suspended breath, we stood on the precipice of fate, hearts racing, souls entwined, waiting for the inevitable reckoning. The sky erupted in a cacophony of colors, the sun bleeding out over the horizon like a wounded beast, but it was too late. The earth beneath Sarah's feet trembled, whispering tales of its own suffering, a muted scream that clawed at her soul. This wasn't just the weather changing. No, this was a brutal awakening, a visceral rearrangement of everything they knew. The heat pressed down like an iron fist, suffocating. It was a weight that settled in her chest, a reminder of days gone by, our days when the air felt clean, and the ground was soft beneath her bare feet. She could hear her son, Lucas, somewhere in the chaos, his laughter turned to terror. "Mom! Mom!" It echoed, bouncing off buildings that had once stood tall, now crumbling like ancient ruins under the relentless sun. With each call, her heart cracked a little more until she could barely recognize the sound of her own pulse. The world was melting, literally and metaphorically. The streets, once vibrant with the life of an ordinary city, were being swallowed whole. I remember when this place thrived. I remember trees that danced in the wind, an air that smelled of promise. Now, everything was dying, and she felt like a ghost haunting the remnants of her own memories. They say the earth can't take all we've thrown at it. They say there's a tipping point. What a cruel joke, to witness the tipping while holding your child's hand. She stumbled over a cracked slab of concrete, half buried under the weight of history, and suddenly, there he was, Lucas, his eyes wide, reflecting the inferno of the sky. His face was smudged with dirt, but it was the fear that carved lines into his small forehead that broke her. "Mom, the water's gone." They said it wouldn't happen, but it did. Each word was an arrow, shooting through her, the truth of their situation landing like a heavy stone in her stomach. Across the street, David stood, his heart pounding like a war drum, shadows dancing around him, mocking him. He had always been skeptical, the one who resisted the tides of ignorance while others lampooned him for being a doomsday prophet. Now, as he watched the world unravel, he felt a strange satisfaction mingling with despair, a bitter cocktail that left him breathless. He had warned them. He had shouted over the din of modernity, but his voice had been just another whisper in the storm of apathy. "David!" Sarah's voice cut through the haze, fierce and alive, but it trembled like a leaf in the wind. He turned, the weight of her gaze pulling him into a vortex of shared pain, igniting a fire of regret deep within him. There was so much they hadn't done. So many mornings they'd woken to the same daily grind while the planet screamed for salvation. And now, it was too late. His eyes darted to Lucas, the boy he felt a responsibility toward, as if keeping him safe could somehow absolve him of his failures. He saw the terror reflected in the child's face, and it shattered him. "I'm sorry," he whispered, the words evaporating into the air laden with ash. What did he know about being a father? He was more of a ghost, floating through life without anchoring to anything real. The clock ticked ominously in the back of his mind, a reminder that time was slipping away, just like the earth beneath their feet. Minutes felt like hours, days like seconds. Was this what it felt like to watch everything crumble? He wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all, but the words stuck in his throat, a noose tightening with each breath. "Don't give up on us," Sarah screamed, her voice rising above the din, a desperate prayer against the chaos surrounding them. The intensity of her gaze pierced through David's fog of despair. He remembered their plans, the dreams of a future that had seemed so tangible. But now, they felt like whispers lost in the wind. A crack echoed, sharp and jagged, breaking through the cacophony. The ground split open, a gaping maw, swallowing the remnants of their lives. He felt the earth pulling him forward, as if beckoning him to accept the inevitable. "Run," he shouted, his voice hoarse, raw, and primal. But Sarah was frozen, anchored by memories that flooded her mind, the garden they had planted, the laughter that had filled their home. Each moment was a ghost whispering, "What if? What if they had changed sooner? What if they had listened? What if this could have been avoided?" The shadows loomed, dark ghosts of regret that loomed larger than the destruction around them. "Mom!" Lucas cried, pulling on her arm, his little fingers trembling. "We have to go." The urgency in his voice broke through her haze. It was the truth they couldn't ignore. They had to run, to escape the shadows, the memories, the ghosts of their failures. Because the earth was screaming, and they were still alive, still breathing, at least for now. She turned to David, her eyes locking onto his, and in that moment, something shifted. A flicker of hope ignited amongst the ashes. "We can't just leave it like this," she pleaded, her voice a fragile thread of determination. But David was already moving, a whirlwind of fear and resolve. "We have to survive first," he shouted, echoing her urgency, and together they ran, their hearts pounding like drums, each step a leap into the unknown. The world erupted around them in a violent symphony of chaos and despair, each pulse of destruction a reminder of their fragile existence. As they raced forward, the shadows of the past intertwined with the frantic present, painting a picture of struggle, pain, and the fierce will to endure. They were all haunted, by ghosts of what could have been, by the weight of their decisions, by the icy grip of a future uncertain. But in the midst of it all, they held on to each other, the flicker of hope igniting against the crushing darkness, a bond forged in the fires of conflict. The fear was real, but so was the love that surged between them, a lifeline to a world that felt like it was slipping away. And as they fled, the sky overhead bruised and twisted, a testament to their plight. They understood that the struggle wasn't just against nature, but against the very essence of humanity, the choices they had made, the shadows that lingered, and the echoes of dreams that still whispered, begging not to be forgotten. The clock struck midnight, a ghostly echo that reverberated through the empty halls of the ancient library. Dust danced in the moonlight, swirling like lost souls trapped in a dance of despair. I stood there, trembling, caught between the weight of history and the suffocating silence that enveloped me. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment, and the shadows seemed to whisper secrets, secrets that clawed at my heart and beckoned me closer. I could feel history, tangible and alive, pulsing in the darkness, and the fear of what I might uncover sent shivers down my spine. The room was vast, a cathedral of knowledge where forgotten tales lay buried beneath layers of time. I wasn't alone. Lena, my closest friend, stood at the far end, illuminated by the flickering candlelight that painted her face with an ethereal glow. Her eyes, wide with curiosity, yet clouded with doubt, held the remnants of a conflict that had raged within her for too long. She was brilliant, but haunted by the specter of her own inadequacies. "What if we're wrong?" she whispered, her voice trembling, slicing through the silence like a blade. "Wrong," I replied, letting my voice echo back at me. "What's wrong with chasing the ghosts of the past? They're all we have." It was true. I remembered my childhood, sitting cross-legged on the floor, devouring tales of kings and battles, of love and betrayal. History was my refuge, a dimly lit room filled with echoes of laughter and sorrow, and I wanted nothing more than to breathe life into those stories. But tonight, it felt different. The shadows loomed larger, threatening to engulf us whole. We were on the brink of something monumental, yet precarious. As I lifted a dusty tome from the shelf, its spine cracked ominously, and a rush of cold air surged around us. "I can't shake this feeling," Lena said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if we unearth something better left buried?" Our fingers brushed against each other, an unintentional reminder of the bond we shared, yet the tension crackled like static electricity. It resonated with another presence, Julian, my brother. He had always been the golden child, the one whose brilliance overshadowed mine. But here, in this sacred space, his genius felt like a double-edged sword. He advanced toward us, confidence radiating from him, a smug smile playing on his lips. "You both are so caught up in your fears. There's power in knowledge. We need to embrace it. Embrace it." The words hung in the air, taunting, beckoning. Julian's approach was both magnetic and terrifying. He was the flame, drawing us in, yet threatening to incinerate everything we held dear. I could see Lena's resolve faltering, the flicker of uncertainty dancing in her eyes. We had both witnessed the destruction that knowledge could wield. Facts had the power to shatter illusions, to tear families apart, to betray the very fabric of loyalty. Power? Or poison? I shot back, my heart racing, each beat echoing like a war drum. What if the truths we uncover destroy more than they illuminate? The tension in the room thickened, swirling around us like a storm, feeding off our simmering emotions, our fears, our hopes. "Truth is subjective," Julian countered, his voice sharp, slicing through the air. "What if our interpretations reshape the narrative? What if it leads us to answers?" His passion ignited something within me, a longing to prove myself to be worthy of the history I adored. But the shadows, their whispers grew louder, more insistent. They warned me of the cost of knowledge, of the sacrifices that came with unearthing the past. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed beneath our feet, a tremor that felt like the very earth protesting our recklessness. The bookshelves shuddered, and I saw Lena's face pale, the fight draining from her. "Maybe we should stop," she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. "This isn't worth it." But Julian stepped closer, a fire igniting in his eyes. "You're afraid of what we might find, Lena. But don't you see? It's the fear that binds us to our history. We're not meant to hide from it. We're meant to confront it." The flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows, their forms twisting into ghostly figures, and my breath hitched. I remembered the stories of the past, the lives lost, the dreams shattered, and the burdens carried through time. Ghosts of civilizations past, forgotten and forsaken, standing on the precipice of revelation. Confront what? I snapped, my heart pounding in my chest. The lives that were torn apart? The betrayals that haunt us still? The echoes of pain that linger in every shadow? I felt the weight of those words, their truth pressing down on me like an anvil. Lena stepped forward, her eyes locked onto mine, fierce determination igniting a spark within her. What if confronting them means acknowledging our own flaws? What if the truth is that we're all just echoes of our ancestors? Her statement hung heavy in the air, a truth so profound it cut through our tension like a knife. In that moment, it became clear, history wasn't just a collection of events, it was the very fabric of our existence, woven with threads of joy and sorrow, love and betrayal, triumphs and failures. And so, we stood there, three flawed souls caught in the currents of time, tethered to the past and each other, hearts beating in chaotic harmony. The library, with its towering walls of knowledge, felt alive, pulsating with energy, as if it could sense our fears, our desires, our humanity. The ghosts of history loomed closer, and the air thickened with anticipation. I remember the way Lena's hand trembled as she reached for the book, the way Julian's confidence bordered on arrogance, and the way I felt the weight of expectation pressing against my chest. We were at a crossroads, a moment fraught with peril and possibility. The shadows whispered of what lay ahead, and as we prepared to confront the depths of our own truths, I knew one thing for certain: the past was not merely a collection of dates and events. It was alive, pulsating, breathing, and it was about to engulf us. We were not just uncovering history, we were entwined in it, and the consequences of our actions could reverberate through eternity. The night deepened around us, the echoes of history beckoning with a ferocity that made my heart race. It was only the beginning, and I could feel the storm brewing, the tempest of emotion, a collision of past and present, and the haunting realization that some truths may be better left untouched. The clock strikes midnight, its echo a haunting symphony in the stillness of the library, where shadows dance like ancient spirits across weathered pages. Clara, clutching a fragile manuscript, stands frozen, heart pounding like a war drum. The musty scent of old books envelops her, wrapping her in a cloak of time's decay. She feels the weight of history press against her chest, 1,000 whispers rising from the ink, begging for recognition, for validation. Outside, the winds howl like lost souls, but inside, in this sacred sanctuary of the past, silence reigns with a chilling authority. I remember, she breathes, her voice a mere wisp against the oppressive quiet. I remember when history was just a subject in school, a series of dates and names, cold and lifeless, but now, each turn of the page ignites a fire in her veins, a pulse of urgency that almost overwhelms her. There are stories here, living and breathing, stories of love, betrayal, war, and peace, each infused with raw, relentless emotion. But who will tell them? Who will listen? Across the room, Jonathan leans over an open ledger, the candles flickering like hesitant stars. He's immersed in the accounts of a forgotten revolution, the ink smudged with the sweat and blood of those who fought, those who fell. "We're not historians, Clara," he mutters, his brow furrowed in frustration. "We're just scribes of pain, recording the agony of those who came before us." His fingers tremble slightly as they trace the lines, each word a ghost that gnaws at his resolve. The burdens of the past weigh heavily on him, suffocating his spirit. He, too, remembers his father's stories that twisted through his childhood, tales of honor and tragedy, always leaving an ache that lingered like a bruise. "I don't care about the pain." Clara snaps, the fire in her eyes igniting a sudden chill in the air. "What if we can make it matter? What if we unearth their voices, give them life again?" Her passion envelops the room, a tempest swirling against the static of despair. But Jonathan's eyes are hollow, haunted by the inevitability of history's cruel humor. "And what good will it do? History is a cycle of despair, Clara. We're just here to document the endless loop of suffering." A silence hangs, thick and oppressive. Clara feels the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer, pressing against her resolve. "But we can break the cycle," she urges, desperation lacing her words. She steps closer, her breath mingling with the dust motes suspended in the air. "We can be their voice, their champion. We must interpret the past, not as a burden, but as a lesson." She remembers her grandmother's face, lined with wisdom, eyes bright with passion as she recounted the stories of their family, tales that transcended time and space, reaching into the very essence of their souls. "Clara," Jonathan's voice is a mere whisper, a fragile thread in the storm. "What if the lessons are too painful? What if they shatter us?" He glances at the ledger, the weight of tragedy almost too much to bear. "What if we're meant to forget?" "I remember," Clara leans in, her voice now a soft caress, a balm for their wearied hearts. "I remember the stories that shaped me, the laughter that echoed through dark times. History can be our compass, guiding us through the chaos. We owe it to them, to honor them, to feel their pain, yes, but also their triumphs." The air crackles with tension as Jonathan meets her gaze, searching for something, anything, in her fervor. "You can't possibly believe that," he challenges, fear threading through his words. "You can't think that the past will save us." "Perhaps not save," she replies, drawing nearer, almost conspiratorial, "but teach. Show us what love can endure, what hope can survive. History is not just blood and ashes, it's also laughter, resilience, the absurdity of existence." She gestures toward the dusty shelves, her heart pounding against the cage of her ribs. "Do you see them? They're waiting for us, Jonathan. They're screaming for recognition." The candlelight flickers, casting grotesque shadows on Jonathan's face, revealing the conflict that wrestles within him. He remembers too, the faces of those long gone, the warmth of their stories entwined with his own. The burden of the past is heavy, yes, but the refusal to acknowledge it could be a greater tragedy. "I'm scared," he finally admits, his voice breaking, the walls of his meticulously constructed defenses crumbling. "What if we dig too deep? What if the truth is too much to bear?" A pause hangs like a fragile thread, the weight of their fears palpable. Clara reaches out, her fingertips brushing against the pages, feeling the heartbeat of history beneath her touch. "Then we bear it together," she whispers fiercely, the conviction radiating from her. "We wrestle with it. We embrace the darkness and let it illuminate our humanity, our compassion." Suddenly, a thunderous bang reverberates through the library, a door slamming against the cold stone floor. Clara gasps, the fragile moment shattering like glass. The shadows seem to writhe with renewed intensity, and they both whirl toward the source of the sound. In that instant, the past and present collide, a cacophony of fear and revelation, echoing through the corridors of time. The specters of history loom large, their stories pressing against the walls, suffocating yet liberating. They can no longer ignore the voices that demand to be heard, the truths that claw at the edges of their consciousness. Clara and Jonathan stand on the precipice, hearts racing, aware that the confrontation is inevitable, that their commitment to the past will shape their future. The night surges around them, alive with the weight of stories untold. They are not alone, history is a living entity, breathing, pulsing, entwining itself around them like a shroud. They can feel it, the pulse of time resonating in their veins, pushing them forward into the darkness, into the light. An unbreakable connection, holding them captive yet freeing them in its embrace. And as the clock ticks on, the echoes of history sharpen, waiting for their interpretation, for the eyes that will truly see. In the depths of despair, amid the shadows, Clara and Jonathan are poised on the brink of a revelation that could alter everything. They are not just historians, they are the bearers of a legacy, the voices of those who have long been silenced, and in this moment, they understand, a flicker of hope igniting in their hearts, whispering that perhaps, just perhaps, the past can guide them as they forge a new path into the unknown, where every heartbeat echoes with the promise of a story waiting to be told. The ground trembled beneath my feet, a low rumble that echoed in the hollow of my chest. I stood there, heart racing, as the shadows danced along the crumbling walls of the ancient temple, flickering like warning flames in the thickening darkness. Each pulse of my heart felt like a drumbeat, resonating with the fear that clawed at my throat. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly acrid, like burnt offerings from a time long lost. Mara was beside me, her hands trembling, the skin taut over her knuckles. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflected the dim light of the torches, revealing a soul caught in a tempest of despair. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, as if speaking them would summon the very demons that haunted this cursed place. I could feel her fear like an electric current, surging between us, a tether that threatened to snap at any moment. I remember when Mara used to laugh, her laughter weaving through the air like a melody, bright and carefree. But now, that laugh felt like a ghost haunting the corners of my mind, reminding me of what we had lost. It was all my fault, this told story of ruin and decay. I had dragged us here, lured by the promise of ancient wisdom, and now we stood on the precipice of something terrible. Beside us, Jace moved like a shadow, his brow furrowed, lips pressed into a line of grim determination. I admired his strength, the way he faced the unknown with a reckless courage that left me both envious and terrified. But beneath that bravado lay the cracks of a man wrestling with his own demons. I saw it in the way he clenched his fists, the way his jaw tightened. Maybe he blamed himself too, maybe we all did. "I don't like this," Jace said, voice low, trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. He stepped forward, the echoes of his steps swallowed by the oppressive silence, and for a moment, I thought he might turn and run. But he didn't. Instead, he pressed on, driven by a restless spirit that seemed to dare the shadows to come alive. "What if it's all true?" I dared to say, my voice barely more than a whisper. "What if the ancients left us warnings, lessons we've forgotten?" The words felt heavy, as if they carried the weight of centuries, and I knew, deep down, that they would haunt me forever. As we ventured deeper, the air grew thick, almost suffocating. The walls closed in, and a chill crept up my spine, wrapping around my heart like a vice. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, their voices echoing through time, cautioning us against the hubris of our age. Listen to us, they seemed to say, we once stood as you do, caught in the web of our own making. Mara paused, her gaze drifting to the intricate carvings that adorned the walls, depictions of gods and demons, of life and death, all intertwining in a macabre dance. Do you think they knew? She asked, her voice trembling with the weight of her thought. Do you think they understood the legacy they were leaving behind? I wanted to answer, wanted to tell her that their legacy was ours to interpret, a tapestry woven with threads of wisdom and folly. But my throat tightened, choking my words. All I could do was hold her gaze, searching for the spark of hope we had once shared, the dreams we had built together, now fading like echoes in the night. Suddenly, a sound shattered the silence, a low growl, a heartbeat away from us. Jay spun around, eyes wide, and I felt the air shift, thick with impending dread. We were not alone. The shadows writhed closer, and I could almost taste the fear on my tongue, sharp and metallic. It was the primal terror of being hunted, of knowing that something waited just beyond the veil, waiting to consume us. Run! Jace shouted, the command slicing through the air like a knife. Without thinking, I grabbed Mara's hand, her grip like a lifeline, and we stumbled back, hearts racing, breaths quickening, the world around us spinning into chaos. As we fled, the walls themselves seemed to pulse with life, the ancients watching, judging, their eyes carved from stone but filled with an ancient anguish. It was a race against time, against the legacy that loomed behind us, a reminder of our own mortality. I remember the way the darkness swallowed us whole, the way our footsteps echoed like a heartbeat in the void. I remember the cold sweat on my brow, the desperation clawing at my chest. We were mere mortals, grappling with the weight of history, with the knowledge that every choice we made rippled through time, shaping the world in ways we could barely comprehend. As we burst into the open air, the moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel illuminating our escape. But the feeling of dread lingered, a shadow at the edges of my consciousness. The ancients had left behind more than just crumbling stones, they had left us their burdens, their mistakes, their fears. I looked at Mara, her face illuminated by the silver glow, eyes wild with a mixture of relief and terror. What have we learned? I asked, breathless, the question hanging heavy between us. She took a moment, her breath coming in shaky gasps, and I could see the remnants of her once bright laughter fading into something more profound. Maybe, she began, her voice cracking, maybe we learn that we are not so different from them. We too are flawed, shaped by the shadows of our past. Jace nodded, the weight of her words settling like a dense fog around us. We carry their legacy, whether we want to or not. What we do with it, that's what matters. And as we stood there, the echoes of the ancients still whispering in the wind, I felt a shift, a fragile understanding blossoming amidst the chaos. The legacy of the ancients was not merely a tale of caution, it was a call to arms, a challenge to confront our own shadows, to learn, to grow, to fight against the darkness that threatened to consume us whole. With every heartbeat, with every breath, we became part of that story, a thread woven into the intricate tapestry of time, each moment a step deeper into the unknown. The past loomed behind us, the weight of it pressing down, yet the future unfurled before us, vast and uncharted, filled with the promise of what we could still become. The clock struck midnight, its toll spinning through the darkened streets like a ghostly whisper. I stood in the middle of the cracked cobblestone, my breath a cloud of vapor in the frigid air, heart pounding like a war drum. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, flickering like the flickering lights of a distant star. Tonight, everything felt wrong, like the universe had tilted just enough to send everything spiraling. I could taste the tension, the fear. It hung in the air like the promise of a storm. Do you hear it? Marla's voice cut through the silence, sharp and urgent. Her eyes glinted like shards of glass, reflecting something dark, something raw. She stood a few paces away, shoulders hunched, her fingers trembling as she clutched the leather-bound book that had haunted her dreams. It was the source of our trouble, the ancient secret that had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for us to awaken it. The book felt alive, pulsating with an energy that scared me. I remember the first time I held it, I whispered, how it felt like a ticking time bomb. The memory played like a film reel, my hands trembling as I opened it, the musty scent of forgotten pages wrapping around me like a shroud. That day, we stumbled into a world woven with shadows. A world where history whispered secrets too dangerous to be known. Marla took a step closer, her voice trembling with the weight of our reality. This was never just a story, Sam. It's a warning. She shook, and I could see the ghosts of her past swirling in her wide eyes, memories of loss etched on her face. She'd lost so much, a family torn apart by a mystery that had seeped through generations. The weight of her pain pressed against us like a physical force. "Can we turn back?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, choked by the gravity of her words. I thought about the lives we'd become so enamored by, the lives that might be extinguished by our curiosity. This isn't just about us anymore. Marla's laughter was brittle, splintering the air. Turn back? When we've come this far? You must know, this is the crossroads where we either conquer our fears or become the shadows we dread. The determination in her tone ignited something within me, an ember of defiance that pushed aside the dread coiling around my heart. Then came the sound, a low, rumbling growl from the alley behind us. It was more than just noise, it was a warning, a reminder that we were not alone. Something stirred in the darkness, something that had been waiting, biding its time. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a raw instinct to flee, but fear is a fickle companion. It holds you in a grip tighter than any physical restraint. Our breath synced, a frantic rhythm echoing through the night. I caught a glimpse of something lurking, a figure cloaked in shadow, barely visible. "We have to go, Marla!" I shouted, panic clawing at my throat. She hesitated, her gaze locked onto the figure, a strange blend of fear and fascination in her eyes. "I can't," she cried, voice cracking. "It's tied to my family, my past. If I walk away now," her words trailed off into the silence, the weight of her history pressing down on us like a suffocating fog. And then, in that heartbeat of hesitation, the figure stepped into the light. A woman with wild hair and eyes that sparkled with otherworldly knowledge. "You shouldn't have come," she said, voice smooth but laced with danger. "The past doesn't forgive easily." Tension coiled tighter around us, a noose ready to snap. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to hold on to the fraying threads of my courage. My heart raced, each beat echoing like a drum signaling the end. "Only what has always been owed," the woman replied, her lips curling into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "The truth about your bloodlines, Marla." Marla paled, the weight of her lineage unspooling before her. "What do you mean?" A tremor ran through her voice, vulnerability mixed with the fierce glint of defiance. "Your family has danced with shadows for generations," she said, stepping closer, the air thick with anticipation. "And now, they come to collect." I could feel Marla's heart breaking, the realization crashing through her like an avalanche. "No," she whispered. "I can't lose anyone else." Tears glistened like the sharp edges of broken glass, slicing through the veil of our shared resolve. Time stretched, each moment heavy as if the universe itself paused to witness our descent into chaos. "We have to fight back," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "You are not your past, Marla. You have the strength to break the cycle." But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at my insides, the ghost of failure whispering that we were in over our heads. The woman's laughter echoed in the night, chilling and triumphant, as she seemed to absorb the very essence of our fear. "You think you can defy fate?" And in that harrowing moment, as shadows threatened to swallow us whole, I felt the pull of destiny tightening around my throat. My heart raced frantically in my chest, a wild thing desperate for freedom. "Together," I urged, reaching for Marla, our fingers brushing. "We can face this. We can change everything." Her grip tightened, and suddenly, it felt like the world shifted again, like we were no longer just two souls lost in a darkened city, but warriors bound by the strength of our hearts. "Together," she echoed, a spark igniting in her eyes, and as we stood on the precipice of our fate, I realized we were not just fighting against the unknown, but for the lives we had yet to live. The shadows loomed, ready to engulf, but in the depths of our fear, a fierce light began to flicker. And in that moment, everything was charged with the weight of history, the promise of hope, and the undeniable truth. The ancient secret was not just a burden but a chance to reclaim our future. And as the tale unwound, we were caught in its web, spiraling into the abyss, hearts ablaze. The clock struck 12, a shattering sound slicing through the suffocating silence of the dimly lit room. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like memories trying to escape the confines of time. I stood there, breathless, staring into the eyes of the two figures before me, their expressions taut with the unspoken weight of history. Each heartbeat felt like a drum, a summons to confront the very essence of truth, the truth that had dripped through the fingers of ages, distorted by desire, power, and fear. Do you really think you can rewrite history? Clara's voice, sharp and unyielding, cut through the air like a knife. She was a historian, a fierce crusader for the accuracy of the past, her every word a battle cry against the tides of ignorance. Her eyes blazed with a fervor that made my skin prickle, a mix of righteousness and desperation. This wasn't just debate, it was war. Across from her, Mark leaned back in his chair, the weight of the world on his shoulders. A skeptic with a penchant for contradictions, he wore his cynicism like armor. History is never just facts, Clara. It's a narrative, shaped by who tells it. You want clarity, yet you cling to the illusion of objectivity. The corners of his mouth twisted into a sardonic smile, but his eyes betrayed a haunting doubt, a flicker of vulnerability. It was a mask he wore all too well, a shield against the ghosts of his past, against the nagging fear that perhaps, just perhaps, truth was as slippery as time itself. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with tension. I could feel the pulse of history thrumming around us, an echo of grand battles, whispered betrayals, and the countless lives that had danced on the edge of oblivion. I remember, I found myself whispering, caught in their tempest, the stories my grandfather told me, the heroes and villains, the righteous and the damned. The memories flooded back, vivid and unrelenting. Those tales of valor came wrapped in the bloodstains of a forgotten war, and the faces of those long gone haunted every syllable. But what was truth? A shimmering mirage that flickered just out of reach? Clara's voice rose, drowning out my thoughts. But if we don't fight for clarity, we surrender to the lies. Every version of history, every reinterpretation, it dilutes the blood that was spilled. It erases the souls who lived and died. Her fists clenched, and for a moment, I thought she might strike out in fury. The passion in her words ignited a fire in my chest, a resonance of something profound and primal. But what if, Mark countered, his tone deceptively calm, the stories we cling to are just as flawed? The pen is mightier than the sword, they say, but what if the ink is tainted? The victors write their narratives, and the vanquished become mere footnotes. His gaze shifted to the window, where the moon's pale glow filtered through the glass, casting eerie shapes that twisted and writhed like apparitions. I felt a chill creep up my spine. Footnotes, Clara repeated, her voice low and dangerous. When did we allow ourselves to be reduced to mere annotations? They are us, Mark. We are the voices of those left in the margins. The fervor in her words was palpable, each syllable a plea wrapped in anguish. I could feel the air thickening, charged with the weight of uncountable stories yearning to break free. I stepped closer, drawn into their storm, craving clarity in the chaos. The room pulsed with electric tension, a battlefield where the heart of history throbbed. What is history but our collective memory? Are we not defined by what we choose to remember? My own voice trembled, the words spilling out like secrets meant to be shared. But are we not also the stories we erase, the narratives we refuse to tell? In this moment, I could see the cracks in their armor, the raw humanity beneath. Clara's eyes glistened, fighting back the tide of emotion. I remember my grandmother's stories, she confessed, her voice breaking like a wave upon the shore. She was a survivor, a witness to atrocities that history conveniently forgot. I can't stand by and watch as her truth is buried under layers of complacency. The vulnerability in her words struck me like lightning, igniting a fire that was both terrifying and beautiful. Mark shifted in his chair, his bravado faltering. And I remember, too, he admitted, his tone softening. The lies my family spun to protect themselves, the convenient narratives that sanitized our past. But the truth, Clara, is murky. It's not black and white. It's grey, it's distorted, a funhouse mirror reflecting what we want to see. The flickering shadows concealed his own ghosts, the weight of expectation and history pressing on him like a vice. A silence fell heavy between them, a space where each unvoiced thought lingered like a spectre. The clock continued its relentless ticking, a metronome of our lives punctuating the tension. Outside, the city lay cloaked in darkness, oblivious to our turmoil, yet I felt its pulse, the thrum of history woven into the very fabric of its streets. Maybe, I ventured softly, the air thick with apprehension, the truth is not a singular entity, it's a tapestry woven with countless threads, each one vital, each one flawed. My heart raced, the weight of my own understanding pressing down. In the end, it's the stories we tell that shape our world. But who gets to tell them? Who gets to decide what history remains alive? The room shook with the weight of unsaid words, and I could see the anguish etched on their faces. Clara's fierce resolve clashed with Mark's haunting cynicism, creating a storm that could explode at any moment. The air crackled, charged with the electricity of their convictions. I held my breath, feeling the intensity of their conflict seep into my bones. We were all just echoes of a past that refused to let go, shadows of the stories that lingered in the corners of our minds, waiting for the right moment to surface. Truth, Clara whispered, her voice barely audible, is something worth fighting for. But as those words hung in the air, I could feel the dread creeping in, a chilling reminder that history, like a ghost, is never truly laid to rest. It twists and turns, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment to strike again, to ignite debate and controversy anew. And as the echoes of their voices mingled with the ticking clock, I knew this dance was far from over, history was alive, and its grasp would not be easily shaken. The clock struck midnight, its haunting chimes echoed through the crumbling remains of what once was a great library. Shadows danced like ghosts across the ancient stone, flickering under the dim light of a single lantern, illuminating the dust mote swirling in an eerie ballet. I stood there, heart racing, adrenaline thrumming against my ribcage, every inhalation steeped in the weight of centuries past. The air was thick with stories that felt half-formed, whispering secrets of those who had come before. In the corner, Amelia knelt, her fingers brushing reverently over a deteriorating scroll, the parchment brittle and yellowed like the pages of a forgotten dream. She was a fierce guardian of history, passionate yet haunted, the very embodiment of what it meant to hold the past tightly, yet fearfully. Every time she turned to me, that fierce determination flickered in her eyes, an unyielding light against the encroaching darkness of neglect. "We can't let them forget," she whispered, her voice trembling with a blend of hope and dread. "These stories, they're all that's left." Behind her, the spectre of Nathaniel loomed, arms crossed, his brow furrowed in skepticism. He was the pragmatist, the realist who had seen too much. The weight of the world pressed heavily on his shoulders. "It's just paper, Amelia," he shot back, bitterness lacing his tone. "These words won't save us." His heart was a fortress, built on the ruins of his own fragile dreams, yet I saw the cracks, the moments when his guard slipped, and an aching vulnerability peeked through. A distant rumble echoed, sending a shiver of fear coursing through me. The library's walls seemed to breathe, holding their secrets tightly, yet quaking at the approach of something unspeakable. A storm gathered, both outside and within, as the elements of time and memory collided in a cacophony of emotion. I could feel it, the tension, the burden of history, the knowledge that every moment we spent here was both sacred and doomed. "We have to save them," Amelia insisted, her voice rising, passion igniting the air around us. "These texts, these artifacts, they breathe life into our humanity." But each word fell like a stone into the chasm of Nathaniel's despair. I watched as he turned away, his fists clenched, as if holding back the tide of grief that threatened to consume him. "And what if we fail?" he asked, eyes darkening, casting shadows deeper than the night's embrace. "What if everything we touch turns to ash? What if history itself is just a cruel joke?" In that moment, the silence became a living entity, heavy and oppressive. I felt the pulse of ancient civilization beneath my skin, the heartbeat of those who had etched their lives into the annals of time, and I gasped at the enormity of it all. We were standing on the precipice of something larger than ourselves, where the past collided with the present, and the weight of forgotten legacies threatened to crush us. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, stark and electric, revealing the haunting decay of words once vibrant. "I remember," I murmured, caught in the undertow of memory, "the tales of warriors and lovers, of triumph and tragedy." They echoed within me, a chorus of voices from epochs long gone. The thrill of battle, the sweetness of stolen kisses, the echoes of laughter and cries of anguish, they surged through my veins like lifeblood. "There's beauty in this chaos," Amelia pressed, her eyes shimmering with fervor. "We can't let it slip away." "Not now." But Nathaniel shook his head, the despair visible in every taut muscle. "Beauty? Look around." He gestured at the decay, the dust-laden tomes crumbling into nothingness. "This is a graveyard, not a gallery." And still, Amelia knelt, her fingers trembling over the aged scrolls like a mother cradling her children. "Every word has worth," she replied fiercely. "Every story deserves to be heard. What if we can give them a voice again?" A crack of thunder rattled the windows, punctuating her plea with a ferocity that made my heart race. I felt the storm build within me, the tempest of doubt and hope swirling together. What future awaited these relics? Would they remain bound to the earth, hushed beneath layers of dust, or could we pull them back into the light, breathe life into their faded words? The intensity of the moment grew. I remembered the countless lives sacrificed for knowledge, the fires of libraries burning bright through the ages. I remembered how, in times of war and pestilence, stories became lifelines, reminders of who we are at our core, fragile, yet resilient. "Tell me," I began, voice barely above a whisper, "what if we could preserve their essence? What if every text, every artifact could tell its tale once more? What if the past and the future intertwine, like shadows dancing in the moonlight?" The weight of the question hung in the air like an unspoken promise. Nathaniel shifted, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. "And how do we do that?" he asked, skepticism mingling with curiosity, the first crack in his fortress. "We create," Amelia breathed, her face alight with inspiration. "We build a bridge across time, a sanctuary for the stories that yearn to be told. We become the custodians of memory." My heart raced, a wild rhythm echoing the storm outside. Could we truly be guardians of the past? The vision surged within me, vivid and terrifying. A flash of lightning illuminated Nathaniel's face, an expression caught between fear and hope. I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the very air crackling with electric possibility. As the storm swirled outside, I understood, this was not merely about preserving artifacts, it was about saving ourselves. Our struggles, our joys, and our failures were intertwined with those who came before us, and it was our duty to remember. The library trembled as the storm raged, a fitting backdrop to our awakening. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the urgency, the fragility of everything we held dear. As we stood together, amidst the shadows and echoes, we were no longer just three flawed souls caught in a moment, we were a collective yearning for connection, a testament to the power of history, the indomitable spirit of humanity. And in that charged space, I realized, our battle had only just begun. With every tick of the clock, the past called out to us, a relentless whisper in the heart of the storm, demanding to be heard.